I gotta water these cats. Yep, as you can hear. Yes, Jake. Calm down. Calm down. Okay, as you can hear, it's a crisis. I'll be right back. Okay, don't bump into me while I'm walking. Just bonked his head into my almost stationary leg. Get him away. Be right back. I'm feeling a little bleh today, so sorry for moving slowly. But hello. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hope everyone's having a good day. Today, it's rainy and miserable here, and I feel kind of like ass. But that's okay. People like ass, right? How we doing, Huntress? McBain? There's me. Hello. Um. So continuing this playthrough today. Tomorrow will probably be Cyberpunk. Depends on what time Phantom Liberty's out tomorrow. And as long as I set everything up correctly, I'll have drops enabled. You can earn some stuff watching me play tomorrow, provided everything works out. What level did I end up getting to?
The Absolute calls us all.
Yeah, just shy of 8. Okay. So at 8, I'll be 5 Ranger, 3 Rogue for a lot of the time, I think. I'm missing a hand crossbow I'm supposed to have. Oh, there it is. Cool. Yeah, I think at 8, I'll be 5 Ranger, 3 Rogue. At 9, probably switch to 6 Bard. Probably. We'll see, though. We'll see. Is the gear I had on Carlex, that's still over on Shadowheart? Yeah, it probably is. That's fine. I'm just gonna have Shadowheart with me for a bunch of stuff. So I got the soul coins. How you doing, loading screen? You have the Hell Dusk right now. No, I have the Hell Dusk right now. that on you. That in my inventory. You don't use that preemptively. Camp supplies go to camp. Poison can go over to me. When I retested the disguise self into Githyanki for gear thing, and it worked on a different item. So I'm wondering if I either tested this one poorly or if this one doesn't work. But I tested, and yeah, disguise self does let you count as a species you don't normally. So it does imply that changing into a gnome or Githyanki gives you access to the most optimal gear combos. Inventories are really suboptimal. What are you doing with Carl like a 122? Respecting her. How you doing, Frizz? Don't recommend aging. Everything hurts all the time. I've been dealing with that my whole life anyway. It'll only get worse with aging. It's okay. We can be in pain together. Get that over. This is versatile, huh? Yeah, I'm grabbing any gear that might be useful on Shadowheart, who I'm gonna have with me for more of this act than I'm gonna have Karlak with me for. That was versatile. That'd be really nice, but it's not. That one is. I guess this is an option. For as we were talking about early throwable weapons that aren't returning pike, I guess this. You just bound weapon the Sparky points. Seems like the play. I spent most of my weekend underneath a car, working on a car still busted, can't move without pain. That sounds awful. One of the reasons I like want to not have money problems is so that for things like that I don't know how to do that would physically hurt me if I tried to do them, I can just hire someone who knows what they're talking about. That's my dream of financial security. Hey, morning, Tom. How you doing? Thank you for the 10 months. Always good to see you. Hope things have been treating you well. Yeah. Recruit Shadowheart, dismiss Karlak. Yeah, okay.
I know you have your personal demons to contend with. But if I didn't make it clear before, I think you can beat this. Just don't give in. And seek help if you need it.
Random, unexpected, wholesome Shadowheart.
Alright.
This is why we love you, Shart. You know, without combat, it has lightning charge, is probably optimal. Yeah.
Really? Really? Oh.
And she was doing the dance. But yeah, 24 AC on her right now is funny. That is just funny, because we could make that a lot higher. You could feasibly get to unbuffed like 28, 29 AC right now. Like if I had her equip Defender Flail, if I took a fighting style for it, 26. There's the AC on push ring. But you know, that'd be a buff. Under some circumstances, the +1 defense while +1 AC while wearing armor feat applies twice. I don't know why, but sometimes it does. Yeah, we could have medium armor that adds AC modifier. So we could break 30. That's Dex modifier is AC. We could break 30. Put that. So if anything misses, they have a chance of just taking radiant damage. Which I'm gonna have to remember to take that off in certain occasions. That's okay. That is okay. Everything else you need geared-wise right now? Shart, you good? Oh yeah, camp supplies. Just send to camp. It's as of the patch, camp supplies should just automatically be pulled from there. Should. I had a bunch of item ferrying I needed to do at Lantar, but I can wait on that. Switch those over so I can melee sneak attack again. That'll be temporary though. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. Cool. What to handle first? This few days, what classes wag? Anything goofy? Currently, Gloomstalker with next level will be taking the Thief subclass on Rogue. At either level 9 or 10, I'll be switching to Bard for College of Swords, because College of Swords Bard is the best archer in the game. College of Swords Bard is the best at a lot of things in the game. We're playing in the off-stream co-op playthrough. Friz is set up as a College of Swords Bard that also has a couple Paladin levels. And what people are attributing to Paladin is entirely just other classes being powered up by using the spell slots they wouldn't use on Paladin features. People have it very twisted. Paladin on its own does not do as much damage as, say, Rogue fueled by Paladin or Bard fueled by Paladin. But like, if you have a bunch of spell slots you're never going to use, using them on smites is pretty strong. So there's a high likelihood that eventually one of my active characters takes 2 Paladin levels for smites. Particularly once I have more tools for abusing crit mechanics. Hey Wills, how are you? Because if you make an attack crit, then the smite crits too, and you can crit a smite on a crit smite. So the easy path to triple figures damage.
It's for a good cause.
The patch also buffed Rogue by making the sneak attack die increase properly on level ups. Every odd level, you get an extra 1d6 on your sneak attack. Every odd Rogue level, I should say. And that might not sound like a lot, but sneak attack gets a bunch of buffs that are supposed to be just for your weapon. Because it technically is your weapon, just spicier.
Don't want to draw any attention. Breathe deep and move.
That's unfortunate. Failing that perception check is actually gonna completely change my strategy here. I do have Sanctuary prepared, right? Yeah.
Onward.
Mustn't let anyone see.
Don't mind me.
Shadow Heart's hiding. So because I put Sanctuary on, they can't do anything to me during the surprise round. Being adults letting out a deep guttural sigh while stretching in the morning, so real. While sounding like a bag of popcorn doing it. I don't like Paladin before very late games. You stop caring for resources, forces too many long rests to reasonably sustain a party of adventurers. Yeah, like, a lot of the game, there's nothing stopping you from doing those long rests. It's just the flow of that is very unfun, to me, at least. I'm gonna want to spike growth next turn. For now.
Have to keep going.
Cloak and dagger. My favorite.
Yeah, she's not in combat now. I could fireball for free. You fire resist though. Sunlight vulnerability. No. Blind you anyway though. Here's what we'll do.
No time to waste.
I should have jump pot, right? It doesn't finish the movement. Okay, that's fine. I'll force him to choose. Works. I wish they had a little more movement. One hitter. Cool. Now you missed two. Subject to what sounds like build crafting is their endgame in this. It's not really how RPGs work, but there's, you know, player progression in terms of your power and what you have available to you. You can do build crafting. It's so unfortunate. I want to redo that. I want to have a more satisfying outcome of this. It wasn't unsalvageable, just annoying. Best success I've had with Paladin is taking Warlock levels to get some sort of sustain. Yeah, you get... Warlock, you don't get as many spell slots as other casters, but you don't need as many spell slots either. Like, obviously, Eldritch Blast is good, and you're scaling with the same spellcasting modifier. You get Blade Pact to narrow the amount of stats you need to buff as well if you're doing melee stuff. It makes a lot of sense, and you can do things like Darkness and sit in there with Double Sight. But at that point, you're just a Warlock being weakened by having Paladin rather than something else.
I'm ready.
EDG3, how you doing, Jaybridge?
Alright, what now? Out of sight, out of mind. Don't waste a step.
Let's probably take Warlock. My one D&D characters are Drow, Blade Pack Warlock, and love her to bits. Warlock's a lot of fun in this game. Warlock's a lot of fun in this game.
I need to concentrate.
What's your jump, Shark? That good? Okay, that's fine.
Best think ahead or I'm lost.
I'm doing turn-based positioning to be a little extra fiddly. Camera, come on, cooperate. The camera got stuck.
All right then.
Need to keep focused. My faith protects me.
Let me select my appropriate character. Cool. She rolled okay initiative-wise. This is better. It's just those three. So what I can do is spike growth here. As long as this doesn't miss. Gaming. Now I'm invisible.
Light on my feet.
Means they're gonna either try to close the gap to physically search for me, or they're gonna go for Shadowheart. And she's not concentrating on Spirit Guardians yet. They get Cull the Weak murdered by Spike Growth. Shadowheart got knocked, but not pulled down. That's key. You can actually just do this, right? I like that play. Beautiful. Having a party 4 gives plenty of time to experiment with options. Yeah. We get to experience separate ways soon. It's a blast. I bought it yesterday, Jaybridge. Yesterday or day before. It was $10, so I did it before I forgot about it. I've just got to reinstall the game. It's tough having drive space because now on my SSD I have this and Cyberpunk, so I really don't have room for other games. I could just put it on my D drive though, and it'll be slow, but it should be fine because RE Engine runs pretty well. Load screens shouldn't be very frequent. Tried 2.0 yet? I have not. I was planning on maybe doing a little of that off stream tonight, Ember, before Phantom Liberty tomorrow. Wire game's so big. It's crazy, Wales. It's crazy. Like, I can only have 2, maybe 3 AAA sized games on my drive. It's nuts. Doing well today. Bit of a questionable tummy day. Also noticing I'm, another extra ADHD day. I'm having trouble processing certain kinds of information. But being aware of it makes it a little bit easier. Other than that, can't complain. Ooh, good crit. that one will die to spike growth when it tries to run through it. That one will too, honestly. It's just this one here. I could Sunbeam, but I'd rather start saving resources. Scorching Ray is second level spell slot. That would be good, but this has fire resist. Lightning immunity. Yeah. I guess I'd just be boring and Sacred Flame this thing. I could just hide. Honestly, maybe I'd just hide. Sacred Flame. What do you do? Why are you... What? Why did she go down there? That was scary. You're too big to use ladders, so you don't get a turn. It's compact enough you could do a playthrough on stream. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I could make it stream content. It's not a bad idea.
I think you can take me on.
Why you don't min-max int. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing the Luck of the Far Realms pop up a lot because I'm saving that. Sorry.
Talk to me.
Why do you want to go down there for that? That's so weird. You'll do that one from up here.
Got to press on.
Big damage, Sacred Flame for 4. This is probably why people think Cleric isn't good, because they just do that and they're like, oh, this sucks. And Cleric cantrips do suck compared to all the other casters. But like, Spirit Guardians. Like, the rebuttal to all Cleric slander is Spirit Guardians. It's so good. What do you mean path is interrupted? Just shoot around the corner, man.
Need to act
It's Cleric's Chain Lightning. I mean, that too. You couldn't have both.
Got to press on. Let's make this quick.
Ooh, 10. She high rolled. Shard is a gamer today. Yeah, this is why jumping up here was good. This one, on its next turn, will run into the spike growth and die. That's for you.
Fall by my hand.
Looks like you won't get a next turn. Easy.
Can't afford to stay idle.
And the only damage we took was from Shadowheart deciding to run herself into the spike growth.
Light on my feet.
I never used the self-immolation ring, but I want to make a heat build. What is this for crafting wise? Elixir Barkskin? I never make those. That's for Elixir Viciousness. I might do that. I think the lowest you can get your crit rolls too. With effects like Elixir Viciousness in the game with what's currently available, I think you can get it down to crit on a 13. And if you're attacking with advantage, that's like, that was what, like a 70+% chance to crit? practically speaking. If you're a halfling, that's 95%. If halfling luck and advantage roll independently. They seem to in this game. So 90% chance to crit is pretty good. I need to talk over there. Going into here would be most progress I can make. I don't need to actually do. I can wait. Go this way. Actively juggle a few games, just glad I have good download. I have good download and terrible upload. With everything working, you know, normally, I have like 350 download, and then the most upload I ever get is 21. Like... Okay, I have tadpoles. Sonic Backlash is really good for sniping casters that you've weakened. Because you get them into Call the Weak range and that'll just kill them. Because there's no save or anything for this damage. It will always inflict at least 1 damage unless they have damage reduction or psychic immunity. Also just fuel my Call the Weak. Shield of Thralls is a good thing to just have. Ability Drain is good passively, but not really worth the investment at this point in the game. The reason why I'm being stingy with tadpoles right now is because I could also... I haven't talked Shadowheart into using tadpoles, but I could use them on her, I could use them on Carla, I could use them on Astarion. I'm uncertain. Hold off. Because there's more tadpole powers you unlock after Act 2. This is another counterintuitive thing. If you want loot here, you have to put out all of these torches.
That's odd. Flame won't go out. Spell clear. Can't see. Try me.
I want to pre-buff myself before this. I'll wait.
None shall see me.
Just sneak in with your giant glowing weapon chart. Live your best life.
Everyone else minds their business.
It's okay to use tadpoles, it's not okay to abuse stay in school kids. The DARE program taught me that if other kids are doing it, I need to too. Good crit.
May the gods take you first.
Still have my attack. It's crazy. I still have another one? That's crazy. I forgot you get extra attack from things you did right before combat without it costing extra actions. $84. I don't trust the roll though. Do the safest possible click. Okay, come over. Catapults are a gateway Eldritch Horror. See, this is why Spirit Guardians is insane. Damage on my turn, damage on your turn, cuts your movement. You can precast it before a fight and walk in and just have it and still have all your actions. Acts as a great invisibility detector. It's just so good. That spell is only balanced out by the fact that only clerics and bards can get it in this game. But, you know, a bard being one of the best classes in the game.
Don't waste a step.
Yeah, Shadow Thief, whereas weapon and unarmed attacks deal additional 1d4 against lightly or heavily obscured creatures made of shadow. That's better than the acid damage right now, because of how many things are made of shadow or obscured in this act. Yeah, we take a third rogue level here for an extra bonus action. Bonus actions are offhand shots. So when doing dual hand crossbows, it's just a full extra instance of damage, and that's great. There's a helmet in Act 3 we're going to be getting that basically makes us a URAD build, where as long as we're under 50% of our HP, we get an additional bonus action. So we're just going to constantly hurt ourselves to be able to shoot more. In my opinion, that's the best helmet in the game. Ooh, level 8, right. You can add your wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with cleric cantrips. Oh boy. All 2 damaging cleric cantrips. Two-weapon fighting work with dual hand crossbows? I didn't think it did, Trade Secret, but after testing last night, yes. Yes, it does. Which is as scary as it sounds. So I might need to respec for that, now that you've reminded me. Optimally, I should get her more wisdom here. But, like, the initiative has been annoying me. Do I just take alert to be not annoyed? I feel like I just take alert. Rate of movement doesn't cost concentration or anything. Go and fighting gloves I was using aren't wasted. I think glove slot is competitive enough that optimally you don't use that, but like it's not providing you nothing. So you can get Orin's short sword when put in offhand gives you 2-weapon fighting. So I think that's optimal for a late game hand crossbow user. What are Beastmaster like action bonuses? Is it all into like companions? So it's a subclass of ranger, so you get all the baseline ranger features. It's just anything extra you get from your class is usually just your companion can do more stuff. Like at this level, your companion gets an extra attack. At this level, they gain damage reduction, etc., etc. It's usually just more companion stuff. But you are still getting the baseline Ranger features, and Ranger is not a bad class in this game at all. It's hard to justify being a Ranger and not being a Gloomstalker in terms of playing optimally, but if you want to do Beastmaster, you're not weak. Do I want to prepare Death Ward? That's what I'm hung up on here. I think I'd rather have Create Water, because Upcast Create Water is funny. On dumping goes against tabletop wisdom, but the more people learn this game, the more common I think it'll become. Yeah, like, Constitution for maintaining concentration is, like, the biggest use of Constitution, or, I guess, AC on Barbarians. On Armored Barbarians. So, not many of them. But in practice, just getting higher initiative from Dexterity and then simply not getting hit is better.
Never a dull moment.
Let's see, feet-wise. So I could be 8 Ranger right now to get the extra feet. I guess this means there's a case for at level 9, I go 4th level of Rogue so that I can take no, that's just dual wielder. That's not 2-weapon fighting. I guess I would need the fighting style for that. Did I take that fighting style? What did I take? I took archery. So I guess I would take a fighter level to get 2-weapon fighting.
Moving in.
If you build dual hand crossbow, yeah, it's quite effective. It's very, very good. We already fought the measles. Take that, anti-vaxxers. I can make a tank build, main companion, basically have a bear with me 24/7. Yeah, it's not too difficult to do. I will say, like, there's very few cases in this game where you even have need of tankiness.
Something over there.
Because, as I said before, like, getting high initiative and just killing everything before it gets a turn is not difficult to do. Like, Gloomstalker Rangers get +3 initiative. Barbarians get +3 initiative at level 7, I think. You can take a feat or +5 initiative and immunity to surprise rounds. And then you have an elixir that gives +5. You have a bunch of gear that gives it. I could have +5 from gear right now if I had optimal gear for that on. And then you get your dexterity modifier on initiative as well. And initiative is a d4 in this game rather than a d20 in tabletop. So you could have a flat +15 to +20 on your initiative when all the enemies are rolling d4s, and at most, the highest plus initiative I've seen from an enemy is 10. So you can ensure that no matter what, you go first. They don't get surprise rounds on you, and you go first. And that's always going to be a better choice than having, like, 20 more HP. At least from a Tactician difficulty perspective. Discovered that. That's useful for later. This one. Did I forget to get the Moonrise fast travel point? I totally did. I went to Moonrise and didn't get the fast travel. one's over here, so. Another funny thing I want to try out, the thought arose from some co-op build crafting experimentation. 11 fighter, 1 monk. Row build, you take Tavern Brawler. The 1 monk is just so you have something that benefits from Tavern Brawler on your bonus action. You get 3 weapon throws per action. You get a flurry of blows on your bonus action. Bloodlust and haste, that's 6 throws. And you could be running around with like 30 AC. You're able to one-handed crossbow and a sword weapon. They're separate slots, but you can switch between which you have, like, in your hand at no action cost, as long as you're not putting away or equipping a torch or lantern. So you could, for example, use an action on a poke, and then use your bonus action on an offhand shot if you wanted to. Or vice versa. And there's some case to be made for doing that in certain situations. Got an interview? Let's go. Huge W.
Surely.
There might be something useful in there. Seized goods and the like.
I still haven't done this fight for the achievement. Like, I've done the fight, but I didn't do it in the achievement manner. I don't think I'm gonna start now. I'll save that for another playthrough. Basically, this is a boss that you can talk your way out of entirely, but if you're gonna fight it, you can also trivialize it by simply not having any gold. Because it will use your gold to do damage to you. But because I'm a hoarder, I always have gold here. How'd you get the cape? Seems cool. Be Dark Urge. There is no way of getting that cape other than being a Dark Urge or having a co-op Dark Urge who has had it in your party. Is interesting. They don't lock many items behind Origins in this game. But that one is huge. There's 2 pieces of gear in the game that you will never see if you're not a Dark Urge. So relatable.
You can pass, but first you must pay.
This is also why Dark Urge is probably optimal for solo runs, Jacqueline. It's between Dark Urge and Astarion Origin for maximum player power. But Astarion Origin wouldn't even be competitive until Act 3. Where player power is far beyond what the game throws at you anyway, so.
All that you have. You may pass the river, but first you must pay.
Okay. Yeah, advantage from being a rogue. So something interesting in Act 2 is there's so many dialogues that you get advantage on from just class. It's quite nice. 5 inspiration. Same exact roll. That's fun. If I had those bard levels now, I would have friends. The cantrip, not the people.
Trick! No!
All but 1 gold for your inventory for this. I could, yeah. How you doing, Gar? Astarian's possibly better for darkness using build solo. Others just flat prefer Urge. Even so, like, my argument there, Priz, is you can still just abuse darkness while being Dark Urge and then having the Deathstalker's mantle, or whenever the darkness stuff isn't feasible or is less efficient. It's just a question of something versus not having that thing at all, ever. Like, Origin Astarion gets a bite and the happy buff for the whole playthrough, which is really good. But then outside of that, you don't get the Ascendant perks until 30 plus hours into the game. I don't want to burn that yet. The dice today, come on. Oop. +1 to hit chance is really nice on Eldritch Blast, for instance. Yeah, that's very true. Can't argue that. However, you could, for example, be a halfling, and then you have the ability to reroll anything all the time. You could be a half orc and get that extra hit die on your melee crits with a free death ward built in. Be a human for carry weight, unironically.
Cross the river, but first you must pay.
Come on. Dice rolls. Please. Trying to get through this without burning all of my inspiration. Just now 20.
Trick! No! Gold! I require gold!
Tiefling Smites I found really useful. Yeah, those are really good. Well, that's useful if you're a caster. But, like, archers having that Radiant Smite is good, and then melee have the Radiant and the Fire Smite. Well, there goes all my inspiration, but that's fine.
Trick! I trick! No! 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 I paid.
I guess we should mention that, like, the smites are only for Zariel Tieflings. Zariel Tieflings get Thaumaturgy and, 2 smites for free, and fire resist. So, like, just crazy features. And then the other tieflings just kind of suck. Like, oh, you get Burning Hands and Flame Blade. That's so cool. Yay. So you can actually get a one-time use unique version of Flesh to Stone here. With certain options. That's what that turns into. But it's one-time use, so it sucks. Morning, Urban Mech. How are you? Just got a free shit ton of gold now. Unfortunately, it wasn't free. I had to burn my inspiration points. But yeah. I do get a lot of gold. Which I didn't really have need of. is a strength check. Hmm. I have the club. Let's be fine. Not fine.
Wits and blades always sharp.
Dragonborn, what about them? First look at this mace, thought it was based on the gold you carry, was so stoked at the time. That'd be crazy, huh?
Still breathing, despite everything.
Yeah, it's just tenacity is your strength modifier, and the other things like meh. Medium toughness. What's the threshold for that? 22 damage. Ooh, I think I can get through. Yep. Because their misser is force damage. Other bows can't do this.
What's that?
Fantastic designs, but shit class ability. Yeah, like, you get absolutely nothing out of being a Dragonborn that you don't get from being a sorcerer. Like, level 1 sorcerer, Draconic Bloodline, you get some better features. And then level 6, you get everything that the Dragonborn had. I guess the big thing Dragonborn has is apparently you can use that breath weapon while you're shapeshifted. I've been told. So, like, you could just have that for when you wild shape or Slayer form, but, like, eh.
I didn't realize we had time to read children's stories.
What path lies before me?
But yeah, species-wise, race-wise, for your character in this game, it's really hard to justify not being a halfling, Zariel tiefling, or half-orc on a custom character. Like, really hard to justify. Obviously, you know, role-playing, but from a player power perspective, and then because you can disguise self and get the benefits of being a gnome or Githyanki. Another W. Breath weapon similar to an ability lizards have in DOS 2, none of the utility I had in DOS 2. That's sad. Use that, but nice to store. Yeah, I don't have to lockpick most doors now. has to be a particularly tanky door for me to not be able to lockpick it. That's nice for some druid shit, but it's more like an Act 1 level of power shields. Like, you start getting good shields in Act 2. I don't know if I can really just... Not gonna render in what's in there. Just not gonna let me jump in either. Okay, that's cool. There's loot down there, but I guess I have to fall. Maybe I can get in from this way. Dragonborn is for if you want more dragons in your D&D. I've seen some players who specifically select a red dragonborn so that Lae'zel can fulfill her dream of riding a red dragon.
Forget it. It's blocked from behind. All right, time to skulk about. Have to
There's the
keep
bonus fast travel. Cool.
One day I'll catch a break.
Keeps reminding me of the achievement I don't have. Killing enemies while drunk. There's a drunk build you can do. There's a weapon that gives you some nice AoE if you're drunk. Oh, I accidentally burnt her action on hiding. That's unfortunate.
Time to push my luck again.
Burnt his action on hiding too. I love that for me.
Best be on my way.
Let's see how well their checks go. Only one type of AoE when I'm drunk. Is it thunder damage from being loud? Is it acid damage from you know? Hey Sora, how are you? Acid damage, I see. Hey, I'm gonna do the funny thing again. Never drink tequila again. Love tequila.
Survival is all that matters.
Ooh, big damage. Dice rolled again. Well, you can't see it in the combat log. Combat log's behind my cam. But halfling features go crazy. Short kings.
On my way.
Oh, that's so good. They took the damage from the helmet, and they applied reeling to themselves from the adamantine. Now Shark can just chill here. Just have her attack. Using Lathander. Unironically, getting her hand crossbow proficiency and then just using her bonus actions on shooting a hand crossbow seems like the optimal choice. Does she have hand crossbow proficiency from being a cleric? Or is it only war cleric that gets that? A war and tempest get proficiencies the others don't. Yeah, I guess she doesn't have hand crossbow.
Still on my feet. Should mind my step.
That might be worth a look.
So you can get some nice permanent, or not permanent, until long rest buffs here. But I'm saving that. I'm gonna make a marker so I don't forget.
It's been a long day. Better stop to rest soon.
We are not stopping to rest soon. Corilla, you're not slick. What happens if I kill Corilla here? Oh, well. Can't now. That's another playthrough.
On the ground. This was a mason's guild.
Corpses on display. Perhaps
I
someone
want to
did
bother with the
mention
Mason's Guild right now. I don't think I do. Dual bows and get more advantage. So the thing where you get advantage on attack rolls while drunk. Yeah, if that transfers over, then that's a good way of just having advantage. There's a bunch of consistent ways to have advantage on attack rolls. They're all quite nice. It does, yeah? Yeah, and you just use alcohol.
Isn't that
Yeah, Arabella
Sorry.
can now use some druidic
wind
shit
right out
from
of me.
stealing. The moral is the crime does in fact pay.
That druid idol I took? It changed me. I can do all sorts of stuff now, not just the vines. I think real hard and say some loud words and then it happens. Mostly. That's who I'm looking for. Mum and Pops, I mean. When Zevlor... When he... Well... There was an ambush. Mum yelled, "Run!" So we ran. I could hear him running behind me. Till I couldn't. Still can't find him. But I bet you can. You'll help me, I just know it.
So, in the obvious twist, they're
Thanks,
fucking
miss.
dead.
I knew you'd help me again.
We gotta go find them
The
anyway.
vines won't last forever. Just till you find Mum and Pops. I won't be any trouble.
Muster
I
some
swear.
kindness for once? What do you mean? What do you mean for once? I'm a nice
Oh,
guy.
thanks. So you send
As I said before, high initiative, just killing things before they have a chance to interact with you, is definitely the play. For the same reason, I'm
Curious.
gonna be super nerdy here. Magic the Gathering players can choose to go second, but you almost never have a reason to do so. Like, why would you do that when you could just make more progress first? Action economy. These will actually be super useful. Ooh, that's actually really good. Yeah, I can use that for, that vendor thing. Very easy mental damage. Just for mind game purposes, yeah. That would be the reason. Yeah, and that's Arabella's dad in there. You can see it through the fucking wall.
Don't call the doctor yet. I've got potions, sutures. I know I can do this. Oh.
Those
you're
are silly looking
patient.
dwarf. He's a
This is the
halfling,
children's ward.
and he
Triage
looks
is back that
regal,
way.
majestic, dignified.
That's Arabella's father. Or was Arabella's father.
Not dead. Merely medicated to ease the pain.
So we trick her into thinking that she's right and that they're dead, that they're alive rather, so that we can buy stuff from her.
I see movement. The patient's awake. Hello? Can you hear me? Not much left now. But
Fear
you're
throws me
welcome
off.
to
It's
help.
very dwarven. Yeah. I mean, halflings, dwarves, and gnomes all use the same body model, so... I'll be buying these poisons. Any important mats here? Pick that. I feel like this raw steak isn't beef steak. Throwing that out there.
Now, if
What's next, I wonder?
You get blinded by her just being there?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Softer than a whisper. Don't mind if I do. Have I been this way before?
A little bit of gaslighting, just a little bit. As a treat.
Here to see the doctor? Are we poorly? Are we desperately poorly? Oh, not so well. But well enough to wait. Join the line, and you will be seen.
You get some cool Dark Urge dialogue here. I'm sick as a dog. Dark compulsions addle my mind.
Let me check. Let me check. What's the primary symptom?
I'm gonna go with number 2. My mind is full of holes, and some of them are still being punched.
Let me examine your skull. Poor dear. Poor dear. Who did this to you?
So this is one of like 4 or 5 places in the game where someone directly tells you you've experienced horrific head trauma. Omelium, the friendly mind flayer, indicates that something was digging around in your skull. That wasn't the tadpole. This barely mentally competent undead is like, wow.
I'm but a nurse here. The surgeon, he will be able to examine you in full. Down to the theater. Be swift. Be saved.
How you doing, Dex? Kevin says hi too, right, Kevin? Also, A+ food. Mom made something that's basically universally used vegetable paste. Put this in hot water, turn to broth, put noodles in there, make a noodle soup. Ooh, that sounds great. No, I'm fucked, but damn, you're like triple fucked. Yeah, yeah. South side. And body. But I think there's actually an amulet I want. Is that in here? Yes, it's right there. My selective memory. Coming in handy.
The objective of the Scalpel Sisters is to...
He's not quite in the restraints, but
Scalpel
it's fine.
indeed is an extension of Shah. See how the patient reacts when I but stroke the right nerve. Hear its comfort, hear the very melody of mercy. Pray, sister, show us the extent of your beneficence. Stop. Stay your hand, for it slaps where it should stroke. We can hardly hear the...
Love Gamer Brain, remember loads of game esoterica for daily tasks. Yeah, yeah.
Audience that makes you quiver. Come, step forward. You are no sister, but that matters none. Every student is welcome.
Student, yes. Do please enlighten me.
Absence.
Absence. No other word captures the heart of Shah so very perfectly. It is the scalpel-led journey that leads from pain to peace.
A stinging truth, but a truth nonetheless.
See? What is the light of eyes but the cancer that causes one to witness the laceration of being? If light is the symptom, then darkness is the cure. For in light there is presence, but in darkness there is absence.
In light is presence. In darkness.
So Sharans are just insane.
You are well on your way, but one white orb disfigures you.
This really serves to drive that home. And yes, that is the religion Shadowheart subscribes to, and she's very much not like this, but she's trying to be. Good insight to the character.
The sisters' blades are unkempt, rusted with blood. Even in your skilled hands, a clean cut would be difficult.
Their incisions are, as yet, still streaked with
He gives great
imprecision.
massage.
That much I must concede. How to steady their hands, I wonder.
Practice. That's how I got good with the blade, and they should spar each other. DC 21 here. Cool.
Yes, for are we not all in need of a cure? The scalpel does not discriminate. Let each and every one of you partake in its soothing journey. Absent sisters, acquaint yourselves. It is a proud moment when one sees one's teachings so lovingly taken to heart.
Medicine.
You are to be commended for their graduation, rewarded with the promised cure. Come, I will acquaint you with the lady's dark-fingered embrace.
I'd rather acquaint myself if you show me how. Save before this one. I do want to get this one. Oh, cool. We got it. Easy.
Your diligence is exemplary. Very well. Your own scalpel you will be. Observe, then succeed me into the succor of Shah.
Yeah, instead of doing that boss fight, we convinced all of the ads to kill each other, and then convinced the boss to kill himself. Yay. Alchemy pouch is quite full, both of them. That's awkward. Wanted to study medicine. It's everything you thought it would be. I consider that a mercy kill.
All these dark justices slain in battle. They must have a stronghold nearby or a temple.
They do indeed, Shart. You heading that way already? I'm gonna discover fast travel first. don't feel like hitting that dialogue trigger yet, so I'm going around it, covering that fast travel, and then fast traveling away.
Is that? I bet they're close. No, never mind. Watching us.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot there's an amulet I want from you.
I sold a pair of boots to that traitor. Can't believe it.
Free fireball usage would be nice too, but I don't really need that. So Arrow of Dragon Slaying, like, I don't need that many of those. To the point where I don't know if I buy this one. There's more I can get later. Like, I have 3, that's probably all I need for the whole game. For being really honest. Roll of Cloudkill could be quite decent. I can think of a bunch of uses for that. This Yuan-Ti scale mail is probably going to be optimal for what I have Shadowheart doing right now. It'll be more AC, the Adamantine, since it adds the full Dex modifiers. If I were that with Dex Gloves, then that's 19 AC from armor rather than 18. That would then swap out this, though, so it would actually equalize. I'd have to redistribute her stats for her to have higher Dex if I wanted the AC to actually go up. However, it does have plus initiative, which is nice, but I gave her alert, so I don't think she needs that. Disadvantage on stealth checks sucks, but oh well. Crit immunity is nice. Well, the Mighty Cloth eventually, it's just I don't need it yet. These gloves for 2-weapon fighting. Like, I lose the 1 to 4 damage on both shots, but then I gain my ability modifier on the offhand. I have, what, 20 dex right now? So I'm trading maximum 4 at every shot for guaranteed 5 on half my shots. Not ideal. There's better ways of getting 2-weapon fighting. Darkskin armor is good. Advantage on Constitution saving throw checks is like concentration. I need that potion of flight. Monstrosity sling. I won't need that. I have a fiend arrow. No? It's fine. Those. Like that. Kevin, why are you meowing at my door? What are you doing? Why you like that?
Take care now.
Equip that. Advantage on wisdom saving throws. This will cancel out the disadvantage from risk hearing. What do I have in your bow slot? You could get your initiative higher.
There's no time to waste.
Burning through our oil, but should just about.
Cat.
Just about.
Just about.
Nowhere's safe from this damned. If you need something sharp, I have a few things left.
It's a really good bow to have as a stat stick. Passive resistance to fire and cold is great, plus usage of haste. I had to get a lot out of this, just expensive. Counterpoint though, what else do I need money for? Harmonium Halberd, I'm gonna want eventually for stat stick purposes, I think. Because I'm pretty confident I can get up to 24 strength and then just use Titan Strigbow while still having 20 plus dex. Yeah, 20 plus you. Cat is doing cat things. He's good at that. Lay down and be cat. Okay. Wish you the best of luck with cat. I do need to sell stuff off to make room. Guess I don't need 5 candles. 9 candles, as it were. Enjoying being a cat. He's having a good day. Won't be using that. That's not bad. That's money. Probably won't be using the counterpart to that, but hold off. I won't use these.
I'll be here if you need.
Cat needs to borrow arm. I unequip this. 8 strength because I used it as a dump stat. But if I reallocate, I could get. Where's that potion? Did I put that away? Now I have base 10 strength. What's that potion? I go to 12 with Harmonium Halberd. That means with investment. 1 ASI. I could be at 20 strength, 20 dex right now. Buy all the things. There's more I want to buy. Oh yeah, okay. Do I have the fog cloud thing? What's the name of this? Put that on a star in, didn't I? Gotta scroll for it. Scroll of darkness. Okay, we're gonna try something. 20. I'm gonna make a hard save. Pop back over to Moonrise. And instead of buying things, we're going to try to steal a bunch of things. There's one vendor we are very friendly with currently. And we can exploit that. See, his circle is green because he's a friend, instead of yellow for ally. So this doesn't mean he'll, like, help us out in combat or anything, but this does mean he is, vulnerable to certain effects that he otherwise wouldn't be. Such as the Boots of Apparent Death. Unless they've patched this. If not. So I can put him into a coma for 10 turns. Quick save here.
There is work to do.
Brothers, sister, pray with me while we wait.
Scroll of Darkness.
Many hearts, one mind, one soul. Will. Of many thoughts, one mind. Ad vitam! Can't risk being in open view.
My faith will guide me.
When we win,
Onward then.
they'll be looking up to make us lords.
Keeping my head down.
Now he's gonna be asleep. No one can see in here. I have the remaining 9 turns
Oh, my hand slipped.
to take whatever I want. I still have to pass the DC check on the pickpocketing, but
Using a 5-finger discount.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
you can't do that.
Still alive.
So I'll end turn base. Oh, did they patch this? I think they patched this. That's unfortunate. Okay, so I think I need to pass the first check, or else... What does that sound? Ugh. Or else I'll get locked out of the option until he wakes up. Okay, we learned something. Larian really doesn't want you abusing vendors. I got nerfed. Yeah, there's like 3 different strats for abusing vendors that they patched. It's almost like they want you to use the currency system. Beholden to capitalism in real life. I don't have to be in games. My game is reluctant to load right now. It'll load. See, the 0% is a test. Dark Courage, eat the rich, literally. Based. Oh, no, it appears my game has crashed. That's cool. That's fun. That's fine. Okay, it appears Steam has crashed. Okay, that's cool. Common Steam W. It's Tuesday early. Yeah, twice while playing this game, Steam has crashed. It full corrupted my install on patch day, so I had to fully reinstall the game. That was cool. computer didn't like your larceny. Something like that. I just got to hear this again. Make sure the extension's on. It is cool. Main menu of this game goes so hard. Everything about this game goes so hard. I love it. My appreciation for it has only grown over time. I think it's definitely wormed its way into my favorite RPGs list. There with the best of them. Probably top 3. Probably top 3. Other 2 being Knights of the Old Republic 2 and Mass Effect 2.
Pray with me while we wait.
I'm not worthy.
Yes, you did. She gives me... Can you hear her?
Many hearts.
Ready. Whatever it takes.
To do. Don't want to draw any attention. I can take what I please.
The way to turn. I have to rehide. Okay, no, I just have to rehide. Okay.
What to take? Carefully. We are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called monsters.
Cool. I think that's actually all I want right now.
Let's get on with it.
Still breathing, despite everything. Have I been this way before?
Only he had gone further.
Not suspicious at all. Yeah. They're not going to question me. They're afraid of me. So the Halberd of Vigilance is really nice for stat stick plus initiative. It's advantage on perception checks, advantage on reaction attacks, which can sometimes be useful, but it's not a finesse weapon, so not as good as it could be in that department. But plus initiative is always good, and advantage on perception is really nice for when you need someone to see something, like an invisible button that you need to open a path that just doesn't appear otherwise. It's also got a little bit of bonus force damage. It's not bad. But I also stole 2,000 gold from that guy, so... Ah.
Welcome back, true soul.
Double checking Mirage's inventory. I do like the Ring of Free Action. I do want the Ring of Free Action. Do I need the Ring of Free Action? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Graceful Cloth. +1 throwing damage. That's expensive, though. And it won't be until, like, late Act 3 where... that'd be better than the bull strength clothes.
Come back.
Yeah, no. Correct boots back on.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest.
Yeah, see, he has 0 money now because I stole it all. I do want the Sentinel Shield. I can come back after another rest and do that. What are you using shield-wise right now? Adamantine. The advantage of Adamantine chest plus shield is I apply reeling whether they hit me or not. I suppose I don't need extra initiative because I took alert on Shadowheart. Big voice chew toy would be nice for the enlarge. I will want that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me those. That. Construct, slaying. Are there even any constructs left for me to fight in the game? I guess Steel Watch, right? That's cheap. Undead slaying, yes please. I'll save DC, initiative rolls. That's cheap. Take it. So I did just spend a lot of money there. But I'll be able to get that back from him later.
Of many hearts.
Ever at your service.
This would be good if this wasn't a two-hander. But it is, so it sucks. Aberration Sling Arrow, I do want that. Useful until much later, but I do want it. Lightning Arrow, because I never have enough of those. Place that Darkness Scroll I used. Roll of Expeditions Retreat could be useful.
An honor.
I'm trying this thing where I am more spendy because I never spend enough. You rapidly hit a point in this game where you just don't need money anymore. Isn't here. Okay, let's start slaughtering prison guards.
Then I shall have to keep them busy praying for mercy from other gods, won't I? This way.
Still alive. So that's progress.
You don't have to write. Okay. Good.
Softer than a whisper.
Hide. Face.
You're being arrested for assault.
Am I being arrested for assault? You sure about that?
Better be cautious.
Current playthrough, a little over 25k gold, about to hop down the tower to go slap Ketherick for the second time. And I have all the items I want from the vendors. Yeah, there's some expensive items in Act 3, but like, again, all the usual stuff for abusing vendors works. So there's way more money in the game than you need. Again, good position to be in, better than the reverse.
Time to press ahead.
But it does become an issue if you are just hoarding something that you don't need to hoard.
What do we have here?
Hey Nunu, how are you?
My faith will guide me.
You ought to be brave.
What now?
Disadvantage is slow ground. 60% on you? That's surprising. Go for it anyway.
All right, time to skulk about.
What's next, I wonder?
You're being arrested for
Maybe we should stay crouched forever.
Ooh.
Don't mind if I do.
Your actions are back.
I don't need any attention right now. You've made a grave mistake.
Because I'm not technically in combat.
Move with care.
What am I to do?
Stealth mechanics.
I'll go this way.
No one's stopped me yet.
Love the idea of taking the fall damage, but efficiency.
One day I'll catch a break. Out of sight, out of mind. Time for some bloody work.
What's next?
you were witnessed assaulting.
Hope sick, doing a little cyberpunk to distract. I hope you feel better soon.
Fall by my hand.
Good mileage out of that Spirit Guardian's use. Third 2 rooms.
Don't waste a step.
Scroll a hold person. That's useful. So too early in the game on the save to really build, so just slash and dash until I get more attribute points. Yeah. I'm probably gonna try out some 2.0 stuff tonight, maybe? You arrest for assault. You can't arrest me if I murder you.
A long way to go still.
I've got a long road ahead.
You're being arrested for us.
Am I being arrested for assault? Are we sure about that?
Behold, the dance of death.
We sure? I don't think I am being arrested for assault.
My way.
I think that might not be true. RPGs solve things with murder since 1974.
My faith protects me. On I go.
Wretched thing, pull yourself together. Swift as my feet
The
can
Dark Urge dialogue with this voice goes so hard. I love this voice set.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Get a free fire
This'll give
dip
me an
here. Here.
Out of sight, out of mind.
You're being arrested for assault.
No, I'm not. I'm surprised. So this is where the assassin subclass would be great, because you get crits against surprise things. But here's the thing. I can crit naturally without that. And I just did, twice.
Get going.
Wits and blades always sharp.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Can't slow down.
I'll get us out of here, Cal. Even if I need to kill every bastard.
That's Roland's siblings over there. They're only alive because we went and saved Roland.
We won't let them win. Not now. Not ever.
I'd bet my last copper was here.
Back from shower. Shower sounds refreshing. Go for shower. Place like you today? They do. I'm hoping that that scrying eye upstairs comes downstairs. I guess I can go up after it.
Just out of view.
Hi, Warden.
I wonder what the next move is. Got to keep moving.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Jared Sharpshooter on.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Hellish Rebuke. Good job. You hit me. I'm so proud of you.
Can't give up.
Alright, come on, Shard. 12 damage. Can you even hit that much? If you high roll, just cast a spell. Radiance of the Dawn makes the most sense. Comedy. Pure comedy.
Time to push my luck again. Need to find a way forward.
No way, man.
Let's end this.
Bit of a waste of a cast, but yeah, she saved against the invisibility twice, lived on 1 HP. The game heard Urban Mech talking about how good my dice rolls were and decided to correct that. So there's a prison break sequence where you can break out the tieflings and gnomes that are imprisoned here. Depending on your choices, it can happen a number of ways, but my preferred method is to slaughter all of the guards first, not open the cells. Then I go open from the back route. Because what that accomplishes is there's no opposition, and they will not choose to run through the most dangerous path. The rolls are still good, it's just decided to also use your dice for the NPCs. Yeah. That's fair. Sometimes think about the fact that wolves play fetch with themselves and we might have domesticated them by accident by being able to throw things far and wide. Is there a dig spot around here somewhere? Farther. There it is. So that leads down to a bonus area where we can get some important crafting mats and a tadpole. I'll be doing that shortly. There's a different way I can go to get there that gets me an inspiration. I might do that. Okay, this is fiddly.
No time to waste. Attacking's the best defense.
That's true, Sharp. That's very true.
Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it. Need to find a way forward. That might be worth a look.
Oh, hey, another big spot. There's two walls here. There's a group of prisoners behind each wall. If you don't free them at, like, the same time, then they can't both use the escape boat. It's weird.
Time for some bloody work.
No time to dally.
No time to rest. Death won't take me yet. Have to keep going.
Boat's good to go. All that's
Shadowheart's
left
in
is to ship
conversation.
off. My plan for now is to hide out on the water. Unless you have a better idea.
Okay, good. They're all on the boat. Yeah, the way I headcanon that is Wolverine's an asshole. Well, he is an asshole. You'll see. But the way I headcanon it is, like, he's not willing to wait even a couple seconds for the tieflings.
Onward then.
Never a dull moment.
Us doing that means that we've now made a lot of tieflings very happy, saved a lot of their loved ones, open up some extra rewards for us as well. We saved Bex's husband, we saved Alfira's close friend slash girlfriend. That relationship is never made clear, but I ship it. I ship it. But good stuff. Heroic stuff. Room with the hole. And saving both Alfira and Lacrissa gets you access to the best spellcasting robe in the game. So that's pretty useful. Featherfall boots staying useful. Now we can go over here, open all the cells. Does Shart still have 3rd level spells? No. We have a couple necklaces for that. I actually want her to have the better spell save DC. Do that. That might be optimal on her right now. Where is it? Amulet we just got. Okay, there it is. You can recover 1 spell slot of your choice with this amulet for long rest. Incredibly good. Put it on, get the spell slot back, switch back to what you're using, done.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Very well.
Now we open all the cells. We make sure not to hit the bottom lever because that just trips the alarm. Now there are no living things here. We have killed everybody hostile and freed everybody friendly. I have no inspiration. Let's go to camp real quick. I'm gonna put Karlak in the party. Tell Shart to wait here.
May the darkness protect you.
If you're sure. Fine.
Hey, you.
Oh yeah, Karlak got a level up. Is this 8 monk? What did I have her spec as? She's 3 rogue. Okay, so she gets the extra attack back. Yeah, that's good. That's good. She's in a good place.
Come on, let's go.
I think I'd probably have her start throwing stuff sooner rather than later, but... Shart has to wait. I lack car. Nicely put. There's no reason not to go for that. These are bugged, supposedly. Chains would be quite good. This necklace. I might set up someone to do like a firebolt build. Because this necklace plus the robes we're gonna get from Alfira. Plus 6 levels of sorcerer. Plus sneak attack plus ratio. Is a lot of damage. While consuming no resources. That's the important bit. Doesn't cost shit. So you get that. Do I need to put other gear on her right now? I don't really think that I do. I think she's fine. This might look super bare bones, but Monk doesn't fucking need anything.
Have a lot of
Firebolt better than Eldritch Blast? Better, no, but less dependent on level. Because Eldritch Blast doesn't get its third beam until 10. I'm level 8 right now. So, basically between levels 6 and 10, you can make a stronger case for Firebolt than you can for Eldritch Blast. But at 10, it swings back the other way. I did a Viper. Keanu Reeves grew horns and is hotter now? Yes. Yep, that's him right there. That's him. Show you a third beam. I'm waiting. Is it a support beam? Will I feel supported?
What the hell is this place?
Yeah. Inspiration. Karlak just loves when you do dangerous shit. Now sit on 4 tadpoles. Already convinced her to use Elithid powers. Getting her called a weak would be optimal. Ability drain and called a weak I think would be best. But again, I'll wait.
Looking ahead. Time to press ahead. An Elithid oubliette. Right beneath the towers. A colony must be close. That must be where the tadpoles are coming from.
Just a bunch of meat in this pile of viscera. We're just not going to think about that. In Dark Urge would love to think about that, but we're not gonna. Gonna wade through the river of blood. As one does. More hook horrors. We fought a couple of those in the Underdark. They're very threatening at low levels, but now they're fine.
Light on my feet. Free for the taking.
That's unfortunate. I don't need the surprise round. Where are you? Underneath the prison in Moonrise. You can jump through a hole or climb down a rocky crag. And you get down here. Sort of nod to the area you're going to be exploring at the end of Act 2. But there's also a tadpole down here.
Swift as my feet can.
And you get a Karlak inspiration for doing this. Go ahead and slip for me. Beautiful. Thank you.
I've got it.
Things I missed number 47. There's a lot to this game. Nice crit. And done. And we take the hooks from these hook horrors because those are used to craft one of the best elixirs in the game. And we're good. We're gaming. We're chilling. Else over here, I don't think. Where do we go to climb up? Is that over here? I think that was actually over here. Yeah.
Let's leave that horror show behind.
Now we go back to camp, tell Karlak to wait, pick Shart back up.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. All right.
I don't get it.
What's on your mind? Sounds boring. Ah,
Cool. I'm thinking other stuff. At the end of the act, we are going to have Will with us for our number 2. To get access to an item that you miss out on otherwise. There are 2 items that are weird to get. I suppose they're not weird, but just difficult. There's one that you only get if you bring Will with you to the end of Act 2, do his content, and then pass a persuade check. It's a rapier that you cannot get any other way. And there's some robes in Act 1, but those require you killing Karlak. Now, you can kill Karlak and then get the robes and then resurrect Karlak as long as you abuse some dialogue triggers so the game forgets that you were the one who actually did it. But the robes kind of suck anyway, so they're not worth it. Yeah, I guess I had to last light. Rapier's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's definitely worth getting. There's not that many good rapiers in the game. And that's probably the second best one overall.
Hey, Arsenal! Roland! Oh, thank the gods.
Why are you going that way? Okay.
Did you enjoy relaxing here while I battled that wretched darkness? What were you thinking?
I'm sorry, we got captured by murderous lunatics!
I thought you were dead, you ass! Both of you!
We're all safe, Roland. That's what matters.
Roland was in a bad state without you two.
I was just overwhelmed. Doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. We should have been here.
No, it's not your fault. I shouldn't have shouted. I'm sorry.
Thank you for saving me. And the 2 idiots.
Imagine.
Humble too? Imagine that.
He has no cause to be humble. He's brought us back together. A task I failed miserably at. You went out of your way to help us. It's only right you get something in return. Here. I hope it helps.
I like Roland as a character. He just grows if you leave him room to do so and you keep him alive.
You're here! You're all right! How? We're two tiefling queens, remember? I couldn't leave my favorite bard without her partner in crime. I did have some help from an old friend, though. How did you do it?
Murder. As usual. Murder. See? Killing everyone who got in my way.
I'm sorry it came to that. But if it was you or them, I'd pick you every time.
She's so
You should have
nice.
seen him. He was brave but also terrifying. In a good way. I never thought I'd see, well, anyone again. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you.
See, aren't we happy I gave her massive head trauma? It's the good ending.
It suits you better.
Seems someone's been skimming our supplies.
And now we get this robe. AKA the best caster robe in the game, and it's not close. Your cantrips deal additional damage equal to your charisma modifier. You can get your charisma comfortably up to 24 in Act 3. So that's just a lot of additional flat damage. Is that the bard we saved? Yes. Thought someone has to die for it? No? Yes. But you can stop Alfira from being the one who dies if you non-lethally knock her out and then long rest and get the event for that. Instead, it'll replace it with another lovely person, a bard girl who's just trying to make it to the city, and like she writes love songs. She's a little insecure about the fact she's never like had any physical intimacy or anything, but she still loves talking about love. You can kind of you can gossip with her. She'll ask if you're interested in anyone. You can confess that you have a crush on another character, but you haven't talked to them about it yet. You can have a lot of wholesome conversation before, yeah, you viciously murder her. But Dark Urge has limited options for getting good outcomes, so unfortunately, her dying leads to you getting this stuff and Alfira living.
It could be a lot worse, Roland. Anything happen?
One's gotta die either way. Pick your poison? Yeah. Knocked out a bard to brutally murder a different one for the sake of stuff? Yes. And unfortunately, it is a numbers game. Brutal as it is to say, fewer people will miss Quill. That's insanely fucked up, because she's a lovely person. But that's the Dark Urge story. It's just fucked up.
How about you? You alright?
We're having sake? I'm also down.
If you have any idea how to get through to him.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Watch One Piece by any chance? I do not.
Daniel! He's still trapped there. He needs help. My loot. You got it back. How?
I mean, I didn't kill Malice Thorm. Malice Thorm killed Malice Thorm, but I'll leave that out.
You killed a Thorm? The Ketheric's elite. How did you... Never mind. He needs us. Needs our help. I've been lost in the shadows so long. And I met a boy there.
What is the origin of Anyway Here's Wonderwall? I have no idea. It's just one of those things.
My mind survived that emptiness, that loss. He told me about someone he knew. Someone called Hausen, a druid. Thaniel spoke of little else. Do you know him?
Yeah.
Please, hurry. Thaniel is
Protein powder is baby formula for grown men.
the spirit of the land.
Accurate.
And he's all alone.
Enjoy your lurk, Moo. A truth bomb and then a lurk.
The curse won't lift. He said Hausen could help find
Game's hard, close experience, style gameplays Pokemon. I think that's the early game, Irish. It gets a lot easier later on, but I guess you can say that for a lot of Pokemon games as well. Like, for example, Scarlet and Violet. Pretty difficult early game if you don't have that game knowledge to bypass the intended progression order. But then it gets very easy as you get access to more things. I think it's a lot like that. Oh yeah, one more set to talk to over here.
You're all right. My gods, you're all right.
Come here, darling.
Don't have access to Thunderbolt or Earthquake, etc. More like certain mons are available. Like, for example, unless the route has changed post DLC or something, the Scarlet Violet speedrun, you just go catch a Flamigo because it's got the perfect moveset for like most of the Titans and most of the gyms, and it'll be a higher level. So you just catch a Flamigo, which is on like the higher edge of your what you can control bracket, and then you go find all these rare candies and XP candies in the map to overlevel said Flamigo. It's finding the specific tool that counters things you need to match up into, and just that's not available super early organically.
I was so scared I'd lost you.
Me too. But we're here now.
Game knowledge definitely helps. First playthrough, Chosen of Merkel was a long fight. Second playthrough, died in one round of combat. Yeah. It's telling that all bosses, almost all bosses in this game, have an achievement related to killing them before they do their main mechanic. Almost every boss has it. Or killing them without doing the thing intended to make the fight easier, in the case of a couple of them.
Credit where it's due. Bex, this is the one who helped me and the others escape.
This isn't the first time you've helped us.
Doesn't help my D&D knowledge comes from one notes. You don't necessarily need D&D knowledge at all. I know lots of people who play and love this game who and thrive in it who have no D&D experience. You're in trouble, I wanted to help. Simple as that.
You make it sound so easy. But I know the lengths you've gone to on our behalf.
Murder faster.
We'll never forget it. Never ever. Here. Take these for the road.
That's another thing about this game. Good feels good. Like, people appropriately, in almost all cases, appropriately, like, understand the effort you've put in. They're grateful, and the game rewards you more on a material level for being good. Like, Bex gives you 30 camp supplies, and they're fucking cookies. That's just useful. Chocolate chip. They looked more like oatmeal raisin, which I like. This doesn't mean you get to kill Bex. Oatmeal raisin haters. Trying to think. This might be the optimal time for me to long rest. Oh, I gotta talk to Barkus, right? They don't treat you like shit even if you beat the game like in Skyrim. Right. Like, the blades are just the worst. And the Jarls.
Too much. I can't wait for things to just be quiet. It'll be quiet in the city.
There you are. Everyone seems to be quite a flutter. Do you know why?
The dude you're looking for is literally over your shoulder, man.
You did? But that means... Wolverine!
Yeah, this is another reason Wolverine is an asshole. It's all but stated that Barkus is just, like, in love with the guy, right? And Barkus is not suited to adventure or anything, but he still went out to find him. We had to save him 3 separate times, but, like, he did his best. Wolverine doesn't even give him the time of fucking day.
Me? I'm fine.
A moment.
Wolverine, it's me!
Worse than that. A crime.
I said a moment.
Wolverine!
I heard you might be about. How the devil did you get stuck here, Barkus?
I'm not stuck. I came to find you, of course.
Why would you do a foolish thing like that? Really, Barkus?
Unfortunately for me, you're my friend. Rescuing you from mortal peril is my right.
There's like a single-digit number of characters in this game.
I rescued myself.
Complete hate sinks. This guy is one of them.
Helper.
Barkus is great. We love Barkus.
I should have guessed. Thank you very much for your help finding Wolverine.
You don't belong here, Barkus. As soon as the way is clear, pack up and head to Baldur's Gate.
But... Wolverine... The rune powder... We need to discuss what you're going to...
I said go home!
Fuck this guy.
Please, that isn't necessary.
Indeed. Neither of you has any clue what's at stake. And why should you? It's Iron Hand gnome business. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a great deal
The what's at stake he's referring to is terrorism.
There we have it. Wolverine is safe and sound. Thanks to you. I owe you a great deal. The brilliant retort, for starters. Here you are. As promised. I give you...
Debatable? No. He wants to bomb factions of people who he has prejudice against in order to intimidate his way back into political power in the city. This is response to Irish? Oh, okay. Bethesda sure is good at making expansive games with a paper thin when they actually look at them. Yeah, that's true. Our build characters have depth. It's gameplay that's lacking in that one. I wouldn't know much about the characters, but gameplay-wise, it certainly appears to be the same Bethesda thing. And again, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have that structure of game, because there absolutely is a market for it, right? Even if people like Jaybridge and myself don't really care for it, there's a market for it. Just not everything is for everyone.
One and the same.
Someone made the Friends intro at BG3. That's funny.
Well, once you're used to someone, you're used to them.
Targeted murder, okay. Indiscriminate murder, not okay. I don't have a leg to stand on in this conversation, do I? With my gameplay choices.
Well, perhaps Wolverine is right. Perhaps I ought to return to Baldur's Gate.
Characters feel more like they did in Oblivion, which is a step in the right direction. How many characters in Oblivion actually had character depth to them, though? Like, Oblivion is my favorite of the Bethesda games, and it is still paper-thin characterization and plot structure for, like, everything. It's more just, you are in the world and can explore it, and that's always been the appeal.
Oh, that's all right. I'm a patient fellow. I'm sure you'll clear a path for everyone soon enough.
Arcus needs a hug, man. He gave us a bomb he made. That's pretty cool.
Yes? I'm sure you would.
These gloves are quite good. This glove slot is so competitive. If you want that arrow fiend slaying, that'll be important. Arcus has a good arsenal of arrows. Like a lot of good ones. He is not available as a vendor in Act 3. But like, I'm most likely, even though he himself is in Act 3, I'm most likely gonna buy these gloves now. No, I don't need them. We're gonna spend a lot of money here. Just for future proofing. These dragon arrows are also for Act 3 use. Have enough arrows of interference. I'm doing on darkness arrows. I need more. Buy those. Buy many targets. And I do it on other ones. War fire. Fix lightning. The frost ones? Oh, need them. What I should do is use a level 1 companion to get better prices. That'll make the whole experience of currency system a little trivialized. There's only so much of that I'm willing to do right now.
So now what? We just wait. Hope the true soul comes through.
Yes, we wait. If we're called, we join the fight against
In other games in Discord. Thanks, Viper. Seems like there's a tier system like Borderlands, but better. I don't know what you mean by tier system.
We're bruised, battered, but we're together again. You damn well brought them back.
Quiet. It'll be quiet in the city. We'll have a little house, maybe a garden.
Okay. I'm doing very well on arrows. In fact, I'm gonna need to start spending some of those because they get very heavy. Having this means I can now set up a companion as a caster pretty efficiently. I don't want to do that. But who? What's your charisma right now, Shadowheart? So, like, she's got that feature, her cantrips get her wisdom modifier. If I buff her charisma, too, and have her wear that, I'd be getting both. Could maybe make her Sacred Flame do good damage. The problem with Sacred Flame as a cantrip is it's a save for 0 damage. And Firebolt is an attack roll, which means it gets some stuff that's pretty good. But it scales off int. Unless I get the charisma version, which requires sorcerer levels. Sacred Flame 2d8 right now. Got negative charisma, so that wouldn't really help. Clerics get Produce Flame. Yeah, clerics get Produce Flame. do this. Then on the same turn, throw that. So that's 2d8. That is an attack roll. I'd maybe do something with that. When you choose to multi-class depends on what I'm going for, build-wise. There's no universal answer to that. Yeah, Firebolt can crit because it's an attack roll. Sacred Flame can, or not Sacred Flame, Produce Flame can as well. So maybe we lean into the Produce Flame use. That's still a cantrip. But we'd want to respec her into some charisma. We're gonna take advantage of this. I wish they got Toll the Dead for a save cantrip. That'd be better. I understand they can't add everything. They can't add everything, but like it is worth noting that cleric cantrips are woefully bare. Like it is Sacred Flame and Produce Flame, and that's it. They don't have any other damage dealing cantrips. All others are like Shadowheart only has Firebolt from racial feature.
It should just about do. Just about? Just about.
Like, if Tempest Cleric got Shocking Grasp, that would be really big, but no, even Tempest Cleric has to take a feat or Sorcerer levels for that. That's like, ugh. Or Wizard levels, I guess, too, but you would go Sorcerer. Like, 24 AC on her right now is pretty funny. I don't really want to go down from that. But what I could do is I could put Gloves of Dexterity on her with Potent Robe. Get back to 20 AC that way. And I could dump Dexterity as a stat and put that into Charisma. And her initiative with this distribution is plus 11. She's got more than me. Because of the feat. That's quite good. Could even go get Sentinel Shield to get her up to plus 14 initiative. Build Perception on that same button again? How? That button's so silly. I punch the initiative. Yeah, let's go, I'll make a hard save. We're gonna make Shadowheart into an offensive caster. I think that'll be fun. Generally, you don't want to multi-class on Martial before level 5. Extra attack is huge. In many cases, yeah. 2 of the 3 Bard subclasses get extra attack at 6. Bard is not a martial class, but 2 of the 3 subclasses have that as a feature on 6, so that's cool too. Every 4th level for classes other than Fighter is a feat. So 4, 8, 12. Fighters get a feat on 6 as well. Every odd level for rogues is an extra hit die on your sneak attack, so an extra 1d6 damage. So that's pretty good. Every sorcerer level is more sorcery points. Full casters get 3rd level spell slots on 5, 4th level spell slots on 7, which are major milestones. What classes get extra attack? Martials. So Monk, Ranger, Fighter, Paladin, Barbarian. Warlock can get it if you take Pact of the Blade. They get it at 5. Bard can get it at 6 with College of Swords or College of Valor. Druids can get extra attack, but only for their wild shape form. The Thief subclass of Rogue gets an extra bonus action, which, if you're dual wielding, that's an extra offhand attack.
Hey,
Rogues get a feat at 10 as well. Cool.
I made it. You find Mum and Pops? No, I don't believe you. Get
Yeah, so she's mad. She's processing. She's grieving. Poor kid. Someone else I need to talk to. Halcyon. I forgot he existed again. A wild shape. It's fun attack. People's a spider or wolf. Yeah, the important levels if you're doing wild shape are 5, 6, and 10. Your Circle of the Moon at 10, you get an additional extra attack, so you get 3 attacks per action in wild shape. It's pretty cool.
But with the Nathaniel, I will go.
Bye, house, and go away. About the deodorant lighter combo and ignite some mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are the worst.
There's no time to waste.
Okay.
Let's try this way.
So we're gonna have Sharp talk to Withers and respec. Fuck, Cyberpunk's such a long word you aren't allowed to shorten. This is so cursed. Yeah.
Thou walkest alone. On all these harsh nights, thou hast...
Dude's really hitting Shadowheart with the no bitches meme.
Love is no domain of mine, but it is often cited as the purpose of mortal life. Wherefore turnst thou from it?
So this is a Shadowheart specific option, by the way. This is foreshadowing that if hypothetically she had an evil path for her quest line, which doesn't exist, by the way, don't try to do it. If hypothetically she had that, yeah, you can't date evil Shadowheart. She's like, nope, religion more important.
And thus thou art alone.
Why doesn't it exist? Because hypothetically, if it did exist, it would be too fucking sad. By gamer god, you can't. Thus thou art alone. Can't look at Withers without hearing "Don't pog at me, young man."
Fate spin. Dost thou require a new as thou...
Maidenless? Yeah. Withers is the one who mocks you for being maidenless. And he'll do that to any party member you have talked to him who isn't in a relationship. So you just hear it a bunch of times if you're respecing multiple characters. Hey Starkey, how you doing? Saw you duo Tactician stream last week, decided to try it myself. Went Bard, Titan String Bow, died of Arcane Synergy, destroys everything. Oh yeah. Bard as a class, extremely powerful. And then Titan String Bow is, in my opinion, I think Titan String Bow is the strongest weapon in Act 1. Because it's still competitive with Act 3 bows, but you can get it at level 1. It outlasts a lot of the other weapons in Act 1 and 2. So you can just get very powerful very quickly. Yeah, good choices. What are you doing for your duo character, Starkey? Are you rotating it? I think it's the best bow in the game. I think it's competed with by the Deadshot, Near Misser, and Gonfermail. I think those are the only ones in the conversation. But even so, I'm inclined to think the Titan String peaks higher. That was Cleric Sorcerer. Nice. Like this. Maybe don't want negative intelligence, but I think it's fine, actually. Neutral strength is a little more important. The only skill proficiency options I have. Yeah, I have to take Sacred Flame because Cleric has terrible cantrip options. Produce Flame more important. I can get resistance later. Medium armor shield proficiency. Over 30 damage per shot, and with Bard Flourish, it's 60 plus damage per attack. Yeah, Slashing Flourish ranged is just so incredibly good. And then at Bard 6, you get extra attack, so you can shoot 4 arrows at level 6 with a renewable resource. It's really good. That shot peaks high IMO +2 versus +1, -1 crit, same type of proficiency access without locking a glove's weapon slot. If you go peak strength, I think you can get 23 strength with 24 dex, Chris. Maybe even 24. And is that not higher than Deadshot? 6 fighter, 5 bard for 3 feats. That makes some sense. Yeah, 3 feats is valuable. I really like having sneak attack on archers. So I like taking at least a rogue level. And if you go to 3 rogue, you get that extra bonus action as well. So if you're doing hand crossbows, that's an extra shot. But if you're doing non-hand crossbows, that's like an extra black hole or whatever. That's equivalent to Deadshot with just 24 dex. Right, okay. Yeah, so Deadshot is definitely in the conversation. Still less due to +1 versus +2 proficiency or enhancement bonus. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, Deadshot is eventually better. That minus crit does add up. I want to min-max minimum crit values on one of the characters for this run. I haven't decided which, but I was thinking you could get it down to like 13 and then roll with advantage and also have lucky or halfling luck. So you can pretty much auto crit without having to be an assassin. Last one be wizard for a shield reaction. Any reason for wizard over sorcerer there? Because with sorcerer you would get the extra 1 HP and the base 13 AC when unarmored. Magic weapon spell. That's valid. That's valid. I think I go hold person there. Yeah. So it'd be better for me to go 6 sorcerer, actually. I think about it. I just don't want to lose the cleric features I had her doing. Like 6 sorcerer would get that Draconic Bloodline thing. But 8 cleric is 2 feats. Like I can go ASI I have her on 17 wisdom. I guess I want her on 16 wisdom. Like, I could also take Spell Sniper for the lower crit beams. And I could get a better damage dealing cantrip, such as Eldritch Blast. But I don't have Agonizing Blast. I think Ray of Frost would make the most sense. I guess Thorn Whip with the eventual Ballast Armor would be pretty good. Once you go Spirit Guardians, it's hard to go back. Yeah. Wizard's still doing the thing where you can just add all the spells to your book with a single level. Yes, but those spells will all scale off of Int, I believe. So it still puts you in an awkward position where it's kind of weird to boost. Like, you could just wear the 17 Int circlet forever. But it's easier to get high charisma or value out of your charisma. Charisma's just a better stat in this game than Int is. And, like, if you're doing Tempest Cleric, then you're gonna have a bunch of stuff scaling off of Wisdom. So that could situationally be a better stat, too. Yeah, I took Alert. Like, the idea for what I want Shadowheart to do here is I want her to Spirit Guardians before combat and then just produce Flame in combat. Elemental Adept or Fire makes the most sense. I could take Alert later. She'll be getting +2 Wisdom in Act 3, but that's not yet. I have no reason to have her on 17 Wisdom now. There's an amulet that I could put her to 18 Wisdom with, and I think I respec her again.
I'm ready.
I think I messed up. Stat distribution.
Fate dost thou require as thou
Can still grab all the wizard spells that don't require saves. Yeah, stuff like Shield. Yeah. There's still good stuff to be had. Just keep her in neutral intelligence then? Or do I just get the strength for the carry weight? Carry weight and jump distance. Yeah, I think that's better. Light domain spells are pretty nice. Long term, he doesn't stick with that, but for now, it works. Take Elemental Adept Fire. Now we can take Resistance. Honestly, Spiritual Weapon might actually be useful for some stuff we're doing soon. Definitely Spirit Guardians. Glyph of Warding. Cleric gets insane mileage in Act 2. Just so many of the features are so good. Do I bother with the freedom of movement? I mean, I guess I may as well prepare it. Although Death Ward would be more useful. I had a funny thought for the Halcyon mission. Those of you who've done Halcyon's Quest in Act 2 know that's like one of the more resource-intensive combats. What happens if I just put darkness on the portal so they can't see it? Spike growth in front of it, darkness on it. They're just gonna run through the spike growth at it, even the archers. I guess the question here is if I want an ASI for Wisdom, ASI for Charisma, or if I want Alert. I think Alert is the play. It seems fairly easy to trivialize. You just need a good area control and or action economy. Like, you can put down a bunch of surfaces and glyphs of warding and then have those do the fight. But additionally, if you have, like, an Elixir of Bloodlust, a bunch of Alchemist Fires, good Call the Weak user, you can bully it pretty hard. We got the spell save DC there. She doesn't really have attack roll bonuses on that, but that's okay. Plus 11 initiative, so she's gonna go first, even before me a lot of the time. Boost Flame. A 2d8 that ignores resistance. Attack roll. If we take a rogue level, she can sneak attack with this as well. And that sneak attack should benefit from Gregarious Caster. Be more optimal if we had 6 Sorcerer, because then we'd be getting the Charisma modifier as well. That'd be plus 3 damage. But that's okay. That's okay. Oh, and she got spell slots back. Cool.
No time to rest. If not over, then through.
He's Karlak, Drunken Tiger Barbarian build, AoE galore. Yeah, the thunder damage will drunk. For my solo run, it was Elixir of Bloodlust. I put down a Glyph of Warding, and a Grease Puddle. And then I put Spike Growth on the other side, and then I just shot everything. The weak stuff died to Spike Growth. Threw an Alchemist Fire at the birds. It was no problem. Okay, Shadowheart's Respect. Leave camp. Do the house in combat now. Now, I should go get the Charisma and Intelligence buffs on Shadowheart before I do this. But I don't know if I'll want a long rest again. So I'll wait. Keep it a little spicy. Keep it a little interesting. I guess I should convince Shadowheart to use tadpoles now, huh?
Shah's blessings upon you. On one hand, I never expected Ceramorphosis to be tempting.
DC 15.
I think we should resist these
We got it.
powers. Well,
Yeah, we got approval for that. Cool. Now we can Brainworms Shadowheart as well. So favorable beginnings, luck of the far realms, because that's always a good baseline. I could go down to Call the Weak. So anything that goes below 5 HP auto dies from her. That'd be really good with Spirit Guardians, actually. Is that more of a priority than buffing my own Call the Weak? I'm gonna want Ability Drain. Reduce Dex saves. I do want Psionic Overload. Hold the tadpoles. I already have one. What's the harm in a couple more? Yeah, what's the harm in a couple or 25 more? Just throw them all in there.
You're Halsin. Thaniel said to find you. I'm not sure I can.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just find Halsin too boring to listen to any of his dialogue. I've heard it before. He's boring. But having him does lead to one of the more fun combats in the game, so that's cool. And it lets you get the good ending for the area for Act 2. I should do the stuff that's under here. Free XP. Do I get XP for walking up there for the first time? Probably, but I'm not gonna. Oh, there's a perception check I want to pass. Oh, hey, there's Marcus. Why is his body out here? Oh, hey, Tadpole. Okay. Buff up called a week.
What's next, I wonder?
And there. So the very next tadpole will get called a week on chart.
Well, that ends not as bad as it could have. These boots have seen everything.
So there's a perception check over here.
That's curious.
I'll do this first. Yeah, the contents of that chest are random. I got different stuff last playthrough. That at first Dexter Deshawn is the way he says Miss V does sound cool. He's got swagger.
I might be responsible for some of these.
Darkers just start saying creepy shit when you walk into this area. As they do. Heart, you wanna? Well, underneath this pile of rocks, if you pass the perception check, there's a corpse of a flaming fist that the Dark Urge implies that they killed. It's left ambiguous whether that happened before the events of the game, or whether they blacked out at some point while you were controlling them and murdered a flaming fist. Mr. Sean, how you doing?
No time to dally.
Okay. I want to put Glyph of Warding, Fire... here.
On I go.
No one's stopped me yet. How much farther can I go?
Some elixirs of Bloodlust. Elixirs of Vigilance. Make some elixirs of Colossus. Some elixirs of Viciousness.
afford to stay idle.
I should go Battle Mage for Arcane Acuity on Shadowheart, but I'm gonna be greedy. And go Bloodlust.
Can't give up now.
Got Deadshots, did some testing. Visually, it's more damage. However, the proficiency bonus is to accuracy and not damage. Titan String damage doesn't show on cards, so Titan String hits harder. Titan String W. Cool. Thank you for testing. Let me figure out what I'm doing for... I want a grease surface, but I can wait on that. I have Shadowheart using Spirit Guardians over here. The last 20 turns. Is that worth a spell slot right now, though? I don't think it is. I could have a Guardian of Faith parked here, too. Oh, that's not really going to scale that well. I'm over-preparing for this, but I enjoy memeing this fight. I have a Flaming Sphere. It'll ignore resistance. Which means these enemies being wet won't matter. But you can't concentrate on Spirit Guardians while doing that, so...
Times.
We're gonna enhance leap on you.
Breathe deep and move.
A long way to go still.
Now you are going to upcast Spirit Guardians. Do the spiritual weapon.
I have such a headache.
There. You talked house.
You're here.
Love early fall? Me too.
Now we can begin. Very well. Once I begin, I need you to stay here. Good. It's ready.
Okay, so 4 turns of wave defense. Okay, that one spawned into Spirit Guardians and got wrecked. I can just fireball them, to be honest. Scorching Ray. Fireball.
Got to press on.
Crit that. Jump you over here.
Choice but to keep going.
You not dying there was rude.
Time to press ahead.
Imagine if the dodge action was in this game. Call the weak back on. Movement. Well, that'll let me test this theory. Where's my darkness? They're there. Put some darkness there. They shouldn't be able to see the portal anymore. Oh yeah, spiritual weapon. You have your own turn. Well, you're gonna fly here and do nothing. You probably will never have the opportunity to do anything. Shadowcurse enemies see in darkness. Dark vision has a range limit, and the way darkness works is you can't attack into it from a certain distance, even if you have, it might be a bug, but even if you have dark vision, you can't attack into it unless you have enough range on your dark vision. I don't know the range on their dark vision. They might have superior, they might not. Do not remember. Let's see. Nope, they can be blinded. They don't seem to have superior dark vision, so easy. Common spiritual weapon W. Truly amazing.
Need to stay focused. On I go.
Dash again. I could just get her back somewhere safe. Good spell, honest.
So much for peace.
Sneak attack you for bloodlust.
I'll strike you down. Light on my feet.
We'll dash over here. Mastiffs just killed themselves in the spike growth. Spike growth is amazing.
Some must have fallen to the curse.
8 damage, amazing. Too dark. Oh yeah, you don't have dark vision. Right. Spike growth and wall of fire trivialize this fight big time. Definitely, definitely. I just Radiance of the Dawn again. Have a reason not to do that? What is this?
Survival is all that matters.
Do I need to spend any big resources here? I guess I can, just to style. I have 14 many targets, so... If you were ranged... I want to Psionic Overload, but that'll mess with my concentration, so... Just start blasting. There's some fire arrows. Do I have thunder arrows? I do.
I think you can take me on.
Very pog the enemies. How you doing, Coffee? Good to see you. You're done to spike growth. You went around. Good for you. You missed. Good for you. Just outside of Spirit Guardians. They're using more movement to get around the spike growth, so it's still doing its job.
I can sense Halsey. We just have to buy him a little more time.
Spiritual weapon, it's your time. Hate you. I guess that means it's Scorching Ray time.
Blood comes easy these days.
Okay. Advantage goes outside normal range. Outside of normal range. Still outside of normal range? Really? Great. That's unfortunate. Can we use more resources because you missed? I'll shoot on a 53. It's fine. Hey, I hit. This one isn't immune to the Shadow Curse? Why isn't this one immune to the Shadow Curse? It is Shadow Cursed. Okay. Has speed oversight. Yeah. Spirit Guardians. Produce flame.
Your time has come.
And I guess we'll Scorching Ray. That it? We killed them all? Cool. I'll position you there in case there's a weird spawn I forgot about, but should be it. Easy.
It's done. I have him.
I'm not gonna say that's a lot harder on solo, because it's still not hard by the time you've gotten this powerful, but you definitely need to allocate more resources on solo.
But something's... No. I come see...
Alright, what now?
A lot of kills. Halsin. He almost killed himself with the spike growth.
One day I'll catch a break.
He almost died. Most of these aren't worth looting, but the Githyanki, as usual, are insanely profitable. Wish the ally AI was smarter. It certainly is, in existence. So now that that combat's done, I think I'll do the one under Last Light as well. Sure, the spell slots aren't doing so hot, but it's fine. We can just have her do more cantrip stuff.
Light on my feet.
Jotaro got 2 grenades yeeted at him, and then 2 more sometime later. Very nice. He has himself. How you doing? Just threw Voss Firewall across the brain and watched AI run through it into another AoE we had down, then jump back through fire. It's brilliant, isn't it? How about watching Gondians run into fire so that they have line of sight to Misty Step into an exploding Steel Watcher? I always enjoy that. Good thing save all Gondians and Iron Throne's not an achievement. Yeah. Or Isabel the Suicidal Cleric with 11 AC. She's really bold for someone with 11 AC. That is PTSD, sir. I was minding my own business. You're welcome. Oh, I found out something cursed yesterday, by the way. You know Rhapsody, the dagger? The Act 3 one? That stacks from destroying objects. It counts as you killing crates. I don't know if that's common knowledge, but I didn't know that until yesterday, and it's hilarious. Because you just shoot 3 crates after equipping the item, then you have +3 to all attack and damage rolls. Just for free. Found that on my last playthrough. It's crazy. That dagger is so insanely good.
You honestly think if I came back from the dead, I'd probably be a bit reckless, already on borrowed time to make the most of it. That's valid. Or you could swap the weapon out, now you need to carry it. Yeah, I saw that in the patch notes. Entering last fight removes all effects, the elixirs included, refreshes spells lots, but not long rest locked actions. Common War Priest L. Like, one level War Priest is really good early game, or if you have a level you're not sure what to do with, just because turning bonus actions into attacks characters that don't have bonus action input is pretty valuable. But, like, those charges don't come back from fucking anything except for actually sleeping. And you only get 3 of them. Really annoying. Meanwhile, the Chad short rest characters of Bard and Warlock are just like, you guys need to rest? Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
This calls for careful footwork.
Items in this game are silly, sometimes absolutely. I don't remember this area too well. Remembered that.
Wonder what's past this.
You know, doing a short rest party for my second playthrough, Bard, Warlock, Druid, Monk. That's pretty good. A little better than movement for this area.
I need to concentrate.
Waiting with bated breath.
Clerics also getting their channel divinity back on a short rest is pretty nice.
A welcome rest.
Definitely gonna take advantage of that.
Can't afford any mistakes.
I think I have Flaming Sphere here.
Can't waste any more time. I'll strike you down.
The fact that this thing can attack is just entertaining to me.
Still on my feet.
Ready.
How's your strength? Not good. Yours just like none.
Can't even catch my breath.
Need to say. okay with burning resources here. Excellent.
One day I'll catch a break.
Go Ranger 1, Rogue 3, Ranger, by the way, or Ranger 5 for multi early. I respect a couple times. I went Ranger to 3 for Gloomstalker, because that early game initiative and Dread Ambusher is really dominant. I actually think I started Rogue 2, then I went Ranger, then I respec into Ranger 3, and then I respec again. You can just keep respecing, but yeah, it's always been some mix of Rogue and Ranger. Very briefly, I think I was just Ranger 5 without any Rogue levels for level 5. I changed it a lot. The plan once I'm level 9 or 10 is to go Bard. Probably 10, because then I can go 6 College of Swords, 3 Gloom, 1 Rogue, or 4 Thief, or 4 Gloom, and then at 11 I go 5 Gloom, and 12 would be 1 Rogue for sneak attack. Some combination of those.
On I go.
You weren't supposed to do that. Okay. Just shoot anyway. Incredibly awkward. Expected. This thing can jump? That's so silly.
Still breathing, despite everything.
To go Bard, you never go hard. It's true. I played Bard and I haven't been hard in years. Maybe should have had to go first. That's fine. Do that again. Easy.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Short rest resources.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Never a dull moment.
Trying to play through a class that I haven't touched at all, so Ranger Druid and currently likely Longbow Ranger, 5 Gloom, 5 Spore Druid, 2 Assassin. Be 3 Assassin, right? You'd have to go 5, 4, 3, because subclass is 3 on Rogue. Yeah, 5 Gloom. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Spore 2, Assassin 3, right. Decent hide for advantage, etc. See how it goes. I can tell you that Gloom Archer is really, really good. I think Gloom Archer is only beat by, in terms of balancing power and practicality, I think Gloom Archer is only beat by College of Swords Archer. And you could hypothetically just be both. That's neat. forgot that's down here.
What path lies before me?
But yeah, Spore Druid is really good damage for very low level investment. Like, just having, Symbiotic Entity. Is just, like, really, really good. And then you can turn your reaction into damage, which is always good. As long as you don't take damage, which if you're running high initiative stuff, you don't. Then you just have a lot of power from 2 levels invested. And then you get low-level druid spells as utility. Very efficient. It's a good choice. Apparently disconnected from my chat. Reconnected now. Are we good? We still here? Just Twitch doing Twitch things? Jiggling? Cool. I need anything else from down here? I think that's it. I'm here. Hi, here. The husk of the person I used to be is here, yes. So true, bestie.
Too much.
Okay, that's all the combat in this part of the map. Advocate Thief over Assassin. Bonus actions seem weaponized for a lot. Assassin crits are nice. The damage usually isn't necessary min-maxing. I mentioned this a bit earlier. Yeah, I'll bring it up again. So, like, Assassin autocrit on surprised enemies sounds good and definitely can be good, but you can get really good crit chance outside of Assassin while having that additional bonus action. So, like, look at it this way. Even if Assassin would guarantee you crits on, let's say you get 4 shots during the surprise round. Thief would get you an additional shot, and if you had, let's say, the discussed crit chance value of min-maxing to have the lowest crit requirement possible of an effective 90+%, if you had crits on 13 or higher while also having lucky through either the feat or being a halfling, you're effectively 90% plus crit chance. You're getting the same number of crits, but an extra hit. Or an extra whatever you want to do with a bonus action. Don't want to run crossbows on that character. Already intend to have another one of those. Okay, yeah, that's valid. Yeah. There's other stuff with bonus actions, though. You've got, if you're using Thelm or Duelist Prerogative, you have an attack off of it.
I wish we had a bloody army.
If you have the Awakened passive, then you could use any of the Illithid powers. Got Sorcerer levels, you can quicken a spell. or make some sorcery points. If you're circled a moon, you could wild shape. You got lots of options. I think a bonus action is worth more than auto crits. The other thing that Assassin gives you is it gives you your action back when combat starts. That, I think, is the more valuable Assassin feature. But again, that's not something you need if you have high stealth rolls, because you can just force a stealth check by attacking outside of aggro range. And as long as you win, you don't get put in combat, so you just do your full turn and then end it. And then if you're unlucky and you fail the next stealth roll, well, then you're in combat, and you don't have a surprise round, but you have all your actions again. And if you're high initiative, you still get to just go first. In best case, they fail the stealth roll against you, and you just do what you did on the last turn again. Assassin has a lot more use on paper than in practice, is the point I'm making here. Due to the weird way this game handles stealth and surprise. I think Thief having that extra bonus action is high consistency. That said, it's definitely viable. It's not like Arcane Trickster, where I consider it actively bad.
Too dark to tell.
There's a necklace I need to send to Shadowheart. Forgot to give her that. Didn't I have another spell slot refresh one though? Crazy. My memory bad. Well, yes, my memory is bad. I don't have to talk about that. I forgot we got the Daredevil gloves. Yeah, shifting into Githyanki then wearing this is pretty good. Have her brand the week. Also good. What's the thing I'm thinking of? So I just don't have it. Okay, that's fine. Who needs it?
What's next?
Oh, it's in your inventory. I'm smart.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Alson, where do you hang out again?
Time to press ahead.
I do an NCPD shit, I just got 13k in 10 minutes. Ooh. Cyberpsycho 1.3k, NPC, NCPD event 2k plus 2k you steal from the chest anyways. Makes me want to play. You keep doing this. I don't have the time for, like, all of these games.
Daniel, what stayed behind, only the missing. There is a. If you want me, I'm your. I'll be ready.
I don't want to recruit you guys. Acquire time? How? Too many games. Playing this, I'm playing Pokemon. It's already, negative time.
Figure it out!
You got me. You got me. I was not ready for that.
All I wanted was to play. Someone's coming. Someone new. Maybe they... Boo! Will you play with me? I'm not going back. Yes! I don't want to...
Yeah, I don't get the pass without trace ring if I do events in this order. I mean, maybe I can pickpocket it from him. But, like, I'm never gonna use that. Alright, send me this real quick. Alright, no, that's not per person. I really want a spell slot for my spike growth. One of those. Gonna go cook. See you later, Quagadile. Have a good one, Viper. See you later. Oh, funny thing you can do with Deathstalker's Mantle that just further bullies this game. So you could get a kill in combat, and you have 2 turns of invisibility, right? Angelic Reprieve potions put you to sleep for 2 turns, but then give you the benefits of a short rest and all of your first and second level spell slots back. So you can quite literally just kill one thing and then take a nap right where you are to get all your stuff back every turn if you wanted to. As long as you had enough of these. Also, you can just use the Sanctuary spell, and as long as they don't have AoEs to put on you, you can just put yourself in Sanctuary and then take a nap in front of them. They can see you, they just can't do anything if they don't have AoEs. It is as funny as it sounds. Big damage. I would have preferred to be able to cast Spike Growth right now, but cards. I want to guarantee the damage here. What's the min on these? Don't want to miss. Now we stand here. I don't even need to waste that. They just spawn and run into that. That did a lot of damage. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I get 3 from the Wisdom modifier, 3 from Charisma modifier, another 3 from Charisma modifier. What level does Cleric get that Wisdom modifier on spells? Sorcerer gets theirs on 6. Does it leave enough levels there? Is it 6 or sooner? Because cantrip build with this seems pretty potent. Sorcerer levels, I could also, in theory, twin cast something. That's cool. I like it. Anything else I can really do other than there again? Let's go. Just hide. Darth got it. Just running the shard AoE. They don't have ranged attacks, so they're just gonna. That one's a little tankier, but. Okay, it's fine. Spirit Guardians. That big AC. Hey, Shadow Friend. Oh, no, you're dead. Okay.
No choice but to keep going. Can't risk being in open view.
I don't even have time to do anything here. Lots of damage. Respawn and die. This one runs into Spikes. This one runs to Spirit Guardians. I could end this one turn earlier, but I get close enough to pickpocket on Wag.
Still on my feet.
It's fine. Optimize spawn camping. Yeah.
Why couldn't you just leave me alone? Why can't I just stay here playing? I had everything I've ever wanted right here, and you've ruined it.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
I'm not leaving. You can't make me.
Yeah, I can.
I told you already. But I don't check. Maybe that.
He agrees no matter what, right? I'm just making sure.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Yeah.
They should all be running.
Spirit Guardians is so fun. It's so hard to, like, not use it when you have access to it. Shows them in a different gameplay.
The Druid house in 100, but they're for the land.
Okay, cool. We're gaming. We've now ensured the good ending for Act 2.
Thaniel rests well.
But I could help.
I knew I could put my faith. Well, still, I would love anyway. Once the curse is, and I'm glad to be had. Glad to be with you.
I'm gonna recruit Halson because I don't know if that's XP or not. We're just gonna dismiss it.
Oakfather preserve you. Wherever you need me, I'll.
Fucker, I forgot about that. Oh, I hate that that's a thing. I hate They're gonna put them in on spells on my pure cleric shard in first playthrough. I had no clue why they'd be good. Bless concentration seemed better. Like Bless is really good. I think Bless is also underrated. Because consistency is just so valuable in the dice roll system, right? But like that much damage, it goes back to action economy again. That much damage in an AoE that also reduces move speed, that does not require a roll to hit. It's just a save for half damage. That if you precast it, you still have your actions, and it's more damage on top of it. It's just so incredibly efficient. And you could choose to cast it as necrotic damage for when you're against things that have, like, Radiant Retort, for example. So, House of Hope and Cloister of Somber Embrace are the two places where you wouldn't use the Radiant version. But it's just such a good spell. You can upcast it as well. If you go to Cleric 7, or high-level clerics or druids would upcast it. If you're going a multi-class just to get access to it at 5, it's still good at 3rd level spell slot. It's just good. I could rave about it for quite a while. I have 4 more Bloodlust elixirs. I think I can just be okay with... What did I say? Okay, that was an X. No, that's fine. I can go there. I think I long rest now. Kind of tempted to go 6 bard, 3 once we hit level 9. That'll be a minute. Yeah, I'll make a save. I'll long rest now. I'll go another like 40 minutes for stream. I was still concentrating on the fight growth. Nice.
The way she leered at me.
Oh, here's the dialogue.
The blood merchant. I can't get it out of my head. I did what I always did. I let her use me. Why does it feel different to all the other times then?
You got to keep the reward rather than give it to your master?
I'll drink that potion and never think about it again afterwards. But what I had to do to get it is going to stay. There's nothing more desirable in the world than a vampire, is there? Haven't you been through all I have? You damn well are going to fight with what few assets the gods give you. But a part of me feels sick when I think about getting on my back for breadcrumbs again.
Yeah, I really am sorry for making you do it.
All the promiscuous jibes paint a picture of someone who had relished the deed. You couldn't really have known. I had nothing at all for so long. Not even my body. That was owned by Cazador. To be sent out to tempt fools into his palace. I have bedded thousands of people. Half of them I barely remember. Most of them didn't even grant me temporary bliss. I thought it would be nothing at all to sell myself to that drow's fantasies. But the price was higher than I imagined. I don't want to do it again.
And I won't make you.
It isn't worth the scars anymore.
So, yeah, you see what I mean about Astarian's story is very much someone who has been abused in every possible way, who projects a lot so that they gain some control over what can and can't hurt them, but it still hurts them anyway. Like, it's to the point where once you know Astarian's, like, full story arc, it feels weird when people sexualize Astarian sometimes, because I'm like, yeah, sure, he's the hot, slutty vampire twink dude. Yeah, I get it. But, like, when you hear him talk, it's just like, man, dude, you just need a hug. Like, you don't need to fuck. You just need a hug and a friend and a good support system. I'll use my salami. Need that salami. A weapon. Do this to real people, just pixel people. I can't. You can eat the salami. You can use the salami as a weapon. I'm gonna look at cleric features real quick, because I had a build idea. Alright, advance that this explodes the stream. Anyway, Coombs hates Christmas, right? Okay. From going not responding from me opening it. Amazing. Oh, that is a level 8 feature, huh? Okay, yeah, so you're basically choosing between the sorcerer feature and the cleric one. Cleric one being worse, but you get access to Spirit Guardian, so I think it's better. Order him a pink Christmas tree for his bedroom. Why? Gain a splashy keychain. Nice. I understand why now. Venus will never not be funny.
Was that a click I heard? There's something about this. Something over there.
So it's that one. That one. That one.
What did that do?
Give you 2B to match his calendar.
The curse has no effect here.
And it's normal when the ladies laugh at it. Yeah. Remember, the most attractive thing you can do outside of being a good person is being funny.
Let's get on with it.
Do I have Battle Mage? I'm surprised I don't. Okay.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Okay, that's fine. There's no elixir in Shadowheart for the moment, then.
My faith will guide me.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
If I can't talk to people well enough to be attractive? In all honesty, the brutal answer there is work on yourself to a point where you can, because pursuing relationships with people, physical or otherwise, of an intimate nature without having the basic ability to interact with them is going to be bad for them and bad for you. You don't fix your issues by getting in a relationship. You get in a relationship by fixing your issues. And you as an individual are valuable without that. You do not need to prove your value by being with another person. And it's not on them to fix you, it's on you to fix you.
You feel a small.
I'll give it a try.
Are you bold of heart and sharp of tongue, confident?
Onward.
Do you think yourself a war?
Start taking her exams? Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate the shit out of you, Irish. You're a solid person, and I think your confidence will come from accepting that. I can tell if the other woman's been in your room or not. No, I'm gonna emphasize how, because that's cheating.
Never a dull moment. If not over, then through.
Hey Ken, how you doing?
Wits and blades, always sharp.
An altar to Shah. It appears.
Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it.
There's a fight that I don't have to do, and I don't actually get anything out of doing it. But Dagger. Come back later.
With haste.
Literally called the Shar altar. All it takes is a T. We should start calling Shar Shart instead of Shadowheart, because Shadowheart is cool. Shar is the definition of just a petty asshole. She sucks. She just happens to be a deity, so she's venerated by a bunch of crazy people, but she's just a petulant child. She's the worst. I don't know what Quag does in his spare time. Quag plays games in his spare time mostly. You've had evidence for that claim, except someone doesn't believe it exists. No, there's other evidence in the questline that exists. I don't need that additional evidence. Not required. Tries to get cat hair off his body in his spare time and fails. Can't forget that part. Up here. Don't know what's up here. Also has a broken sleep schedule because of Kevin zoomies. Usually Jake zoomies, but sometimes Kevin zoomies. So yeah, you're not wrong. I don't think I've ever seen this.
Better be cautious.
I can't afford to fail. Unseen as I was taught.
Does this count as adventuring?
Ooh, great. So funny how easily and quickly they replaced Rick's voice actor. It's not really a unique voice or anything. I think the humor there, Moo, is someone who really is up their own ass enough to think that they're indispensable, even to something they own that's their own creation. Like, you're not. You're not unique. You're not special. You're just some guy at the end of the day. You don't put anything good into the world, even to your own projects. Fuck you. Go away. Miss.
What should I do?
Okay, Shark's turn now. I could Scorching right here. Too dark still. That's fine. Boost Flame would have done more damage.
Got to press on.
Oh well.
Time to boost my luck again.
Even if the voice sounded completely different, they could easily write the reason. Yeah. Rick, why do you sound different? There's a horn. Press Morty. Yeah, exactly. Don't even really need to do much. Let's crit that. 33. That's nice. Good damage.
Survival is all that matters. Don't waste a step.
I might not be able to see you. I can click the funny. That can see you. Yep.
There is work to do.
Is that blood? No, never mind. No one's stopped me yet. Very well.
Yeah, another dig spot.
Clustered fires and tents. The Absolute's army is camped here. Better not press my luck.
So yeah, this is the reason why going to Baldur's Gate early, or attempting to, because the entrance is over there, gets you a game over because you just get caught by the army. I've never actually seen the army here, because it disappears when you are supposed to go here. It's already gone. Were the true final boss video games? Yes. It's not even the voice of Rick that makes Rick himself. It's the charisma and alcoholism. Your local McDonald's work for Michigan can be Rick. A heavy emphasis on the Michigan. Up right there, criminal scum. The Oblivion even has more timeless memes than Skyrim. Oblivion goes crazy. Reading bruises on my leg. What'd you do?
Listen, the psionic detector. Githyanki are lurking nearby.
Yeah, there's a fight against some tough Githyanki right there. I don't need to do that right now. I really don't want to spend the resources on that right now. I'll equip that for now. Don't let me forget to re-equip that ring. Reminder, that ring. That'll actually help me when I look over to chat in a few minutes. So, thank you. Look, chat. Look. Like, it's celebrity cameo. It's Roseanne Barr. See? The mention of drinking. Obvious.
Bloated like a corpse and smells worse. Did the curse do this?
Blasting gross.
Leaning in.
He looks.
Go on, drink. Make it drunk. Be drunk. You and I both. To our good health.
A Nerf gun that looks like a claw. That'll surprise me. Yeah, so these all have different difficulty class checks. You can't see them before you click on them. I think you have to go with, like, what's the most impressive.
Now tell me a story. A fable. A saga.
Go with this one. This one's DC 16. Yeah, I'll do that. Ah, you used to be a wizard. Interesting. Just hold performance doesn't matter. You got me. This one's 16 as well. Okay. Oh, he's talking about poop. I've never picked that dialogue option before. Double advantage doesn't actually work that way. Cool, I got all these first try. Rolled really well. We got 3 inspiration from that. Maybe 2. Do we already have one? Either way, a ton of XP. We gaming. But yeah, that's there are a lot of boss fights in Act 2 you can avoid just by passing the skill checks, or you'll like this, Irish, or just talking your way through stuff. Oh, so far we've done 3. You can avoid phase 1 of a 2-phase boss fight by that, so that's 4 different boss fights you can talk your way out of. 2. I can kill these zombies that are walking around. They're not hostile or anything, but they are XP. I'll wait to do that until I need to level up. Speedrun Act 3 level 6 character. Yeah, the lowest I've been on a character where I'm actually, like, not necessarily trying to avoid content, but, like, also not doing all of it. I've been as low as level 8 getting to Act 3, but, I've been as high as level 10. You can technically get to Act 3 at level 1. Playthroughs have been done. Challenges of, hey, I'm gonna do the whole game at level 1 have been done. Now, you have to employ a lot of cheese to do that, but it's doable. Why am I lockpicking? What am I doing? Immune to force damage. Really? That's why I'm lockpicking. Because of this halfling luck elixir, I have advantage on all skill checks until the next long rest. That's broken. I already had advantage on dexterity because of my chest piece, but on all is like,
Reset. He visible after the petal. The book visible. Unfortunately, a deep purple stain darkens
oh look,
the final
halfling
page,
luck again.
obscuring the
So
parcel's
good.
destination. The location is.
Yeah, I already discovered it. I'm a gamer. Yeah, while you're drunk, you have advantage on attack rolls. Do I put that in Shadowheart's hand and then have her drink so she has advantage on her cantrips? It's not a bad idea, honestly. I don't think she has great club proficiency, though. This being a two-hander kind of sucks. If this was versatile, that'd be amazing. But yeah, that's buildable. Bonk, moo. That's a bonk. Cat. Cat's making weird cat noises. Bought their fucking milk jugs. Listen. I'm not judging. I'm just bonking. You think Jigsaw's a cop? He has cop energy, right? Kind of forces people to do fucked shit for their own amusement. Killed a guy for being suicidal? Yeah, that's cop energy. There's a better ring for Shadowheart, she just doesn't have access to it yet. That could work, though. My name's Hannah Baker Jigsaw. Stop. Oh yeah, I never got the fast travel for Wraithbone House. Really need it. I can go from Grand Mausoleum anytime I need to go over there. Okay, so the only stuff in Act 2 left is... There's a quest over there I can grab. And then there's some stuff under the Masons Guild, and then there's the morgue. Is Last Light closer? Last Light is closer. I'm gonna turn in this quest, and that'll be an organic stopping point, I think. I would have to do like another 2 hours probably to do the rest of Act 2. What this is gonna mean is that this playthrough is probably gonna go on the back burner for a few streams. Because Phantom Liberty is out tomorrow, and I plan on streaming that. Barring PC issues, that'll be stream content for a few days. Also killed the sex worker for being a sex worker. Yeah, he's a cop.
These lands, no matter. She wishes for Ketheric Thorn to be punished. Rings a bell? Why? Oh, hells. You didn't pick that by hand, did you? They're deadly poisonous. Joking! They're safe. And beautiful. Thank you.
Shadowheart's great.
I don't have anything to give you in return, I'm afraid. Well,
I don't expect anything in
I can
return.
come up with something later. All the same, he's trouble. Worse, he's a traitor. Whatever loyalty he had
Okay,
toward...
bye. Having that sharp approval is useful. Gonna make some skill checks a little bit easier. Make sure you guys get shard approval, okay? Someone say Phantom Liberty tomorrow. Someone did. Shards only get praise. Legend.
Where lies your guilt?
Or in the suite, he targeted people that were involved with medical insurance companies or something. That's based. That is based. Does that cancel out the other stuff? I don't think it does. I think he's still at a negative. You need something else based to even it out.
Indeed. One who affair the murdered lie silent. The raven asks. She is not the victim. This woman, yet she turned that they died because of her. And to this day, her victim, I seek a record. Through it, I can summon her spirit and force her to
Dark Urge dialogue option. Kill the dead, kill the killed dead, kill the killed dead again and again. Very sane.
Your mind swoons with possibilities. This blessed loon may murder the same soul as many times as he wishes.
No. I seek only justice, not murderous deviancy.
Yeah, another movie night.
I offer you a chance
At
to
some point we
avenge
will,
this
yeah.
murderer's victims. Will you take it?
I thank you. Go to the distillery.
Alright, I already have that, man. I already have it.
The air stirs in trepidation to punish a murderer. If that the raven always knows. Well, and you will be the judge. Make her beg. The raven will witness.
Okay, so he summoned the spirit to have her possess him.
You said I was gonna be punished. That you'd be the judge. But I didn't mean to hurt anyone. But I said the Dark Justicia.
So she kind of foolishly ratted out some friends. Because she's stupid, not because she's evil.
The Dark, she get on the cup. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. Anything.
So we're gonna do the dark urgy thing and tell her to stab herself. Because it hurts him.
Like this?
Hmm? Shadowheart approves.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Keep going. Shadowheart approves again.
Sorry.
You vile sadist! What have you done to me?
What? You said to punish her.
Not to the point of killing this body! You will join me in the darkness of oblivion! You treacherous insect!
Shadowheart rolled a 14 initiative. More than both of them combined. Shadow Goat.
No mercy.
Red. Ooh. And that's that. If you help him out, you instead get some cool gloves you could use to summon a raven. But glove slot is so competitive that never gonna use that. I'll kill him instead, because murder. Dark urge things. More good aligned option would be to convince her that she didn't do anything wrong. And then he's still hostile to you that way. You can also just make her so guilty that her mind breaks, even after death. And he likes that outcome. But fuck that guy. He sucks. Remove that marker. And now we come up here. So, Raphael's just kind of chilling over here. Why does he have 865 health here? It's weird. Is that what his new total is supposed to be? But it wasn't on that playthrough because it started. No, this playthrough started. That's weird. Yeah. I'm gonna want to have Astarion with me here for some conversation stuff, but for now, let's it's gonna be that. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you. If this would respond, there we go. Tomorrow is the plan is Cyberpunk. Again, I'm not entirely certain if my PC will hold up, and it also depends on what time Phantom Liberty drops. If it's after my stream time, then I don't know. We'll wing it. We'll see what happens. I didn't bother to check, but we'll find out. Anyone allowed to say hi to? Yeah, I've been live for 5 hours. Fizzles on Darkest Dungeon. Yeah. We'll say hi to Tizzle, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Cyberpunk tomorrow. Even if the rest of my stream week ends up being Cyberpunk, I will try to at least do Baldur's Gate on Saturday. If I can manage that. Yeah. But have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay.